السعادة، ضيوفنا الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. اسمي فاطمة فهد، ويسرني أن أرحب بكم في ملتقى البيانات الجيومكانية نحو تنمية مستدامة، والذي سنناقش من خلاله عدة محاور أساسية لمختلف القطاعات والأعمال وحتى الجوانب الحياتية. فمن الأهمية الاقتصادية للبيانات والمعلومات الجيومكانية وتحقيق تنمية مستدامة، إلى الأهمية الاجتماعية وتفاصيل إيكو سيستم البيانات الجيومكانية في المملكة. سنتحدث عن كل ذلك وأكثر مع ضيوفنا خلال الجلسات الحوارية، ولكن إلى ذلك الحين حضورنا الكريم، رحبوا معي بسعادة رئيس الهيئة العامة للمساحة والمعلومات الجيومكانية دكتور مهندس محمد الصايل لإلقاء كلمته.
السلام عليكم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. يشرفني في مستهل الحديث أن أرفع لمقام خادم الحرمين الشريفين الملك سلمان بن عبد العزيز أيده الله، ولصاحب السمو الملكي الأمير محمد بن سلمان بن عبد العزيز ولي العهد رئيس مجلس الوزراء حفظه الله، وافر الشكر والتقدير على الدعم الغير محدود لقطاع المساحة والمعلومات الجيومكانية. كما أتقدم بوافر الشكر لصاحب السمو الملكي الأمير خالد بن سلمان بن عبد العزيز وزير الدفاع رئيس مجلس إدارة الهيئة العامة للمساحة والمعلومات الجيومكانية على ما يبذله سموه من جهود عظيمة دعما ومساندة للهيئة في سبيل تحقيق أهدافها. الأخوة والأخوات، تسعى الهيئة العامة للمساحة والمعلومات الجيومكانية لتنظيم قطاع المساحة والمعلومات الجيومكانية في المملكة والتصوير المتعلق بأعماله وفقاً لمهامها المناطة بها بموجب تنظيمها. وفي سبيل تحقيق ذلك قامت الهيئة خلال عام 2023 بإطلاق العديد من المبادرات واعتماد عدد من الضوابط والمعايير والسياسات، مستهدفة بذلك توحيد الجهود وتفادي الازدواجية ورفع كفاءة الإنفاق الحكومي وتعزيز دور المعلومات الجيومكانية في تحقيق أهداف التنمية الوطنية، وذلك بالتعاون والتنسيق مع الجهات المعنية. ومما قامت به الهيئة خلال هذا العام على سبيل المثال للحصر: إطلاق المركز الجيومكاني الوطني، إطلاق النسخة المحدثة للمنصة الجيومكانية الوطنية، إطلاق مسودة السياسات والمعايير الجيومكانية، إطلاق مشروع النظام الجيومكاني الوطني. وعلى ضوء ما تقدم، تستضيف الهيئة اليوم عدد من الخبراء العالميين بمشاركة اتحاد البيانات الجيومكانية OGC في الملتقى المعنون البيانات الجيومكانية نحو تنمية مستدامة. إذ نرحب بكم جميعاً، آملين أن يكون هذا الملتقى منارة للإثراء المعرفي وتبادل الخبرات وتعزيز الحراك الجيومكاني في ميدان التنمية الوطنية من خلال الاطلاع على أفضل الممارسات العالمية وتسليط الضوء على أهمية البيانات الجيومكانية في تحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة بالتعاون مع الهيئة العامة للإحصاء. وسيتخلل الملتقى بمشيئة الله التطلعات المستقبلية للمعلومات الجيومكانية الإيكو سيستم، والتي تعد النظرة المستقبلية للمعلومات الجيومكانية. وأننا في الهيئة العامة للمساحة والمعلومات الجيومكانية إذ نسعد باستضافة هذا الملتقى اليوم، نؤكد للجميع في الوقت ذاته سعي الهيئة الدؤوب لتسخير جميع الإمكانات والقدرات لتنظيم القطاع وفق أفضل الممارسات العالمية للعمل على تحقيق الاستخدام التكاملي لمنظومة المعلومات الجيومكانية. وفي الختام لا يسعني إلا أن أكرر الترحيب بكم مع بالغ الشكر على ما تشاركون به من خبرات، سعيا لتعزيز دور المعلومات الجيومكانية في تحقيق أهداف التنمية، سائل المولى عز وجل أن يديم على بلادنا نعمة الأمن والأمان والرخاء والازدهار في ظل قيادتنا الرشيدة بقيادة مولاي خادم الحرمين الشريفين وسمو ولي عهده الأمين حفظهم الله. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شكرا جزيلا سعادة الرئيس على كلمتك الضافية. بالفعل لدينا عدد من الخبراء العالميين والمختصين في مجال البيانات الجيومكانية والذين سيتحدثون إلينا بعد قليل. Welcome our dear speakers and guests to this wonderful meeting and conference and gathering. سعادة الرئيس was welcoming you all here and we are happy to have you for sure. إلى هنا حضورنا الكريم لنرحب معا بسعادة مساعد رئيس الهيئة الجيومكانية للمركز الجيومكاني الوطني مهندس عاصم الغامدي.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا ونبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. أسعد الله صباحكم بكل خير، وأهلا بكم في ملتقى البيانات الجيومكانية نحو تنمية مستدامة. سنستعرض اليوم ما قامت به الهيئة خلال هذا العام من أجل اعتماد وتطوير البنية التحتية الجيومكانية الوطنية من إطار عمل وسياسات وحوكمة ومعايير إلى تطوير منصة جيومكانية وطنية للوصول لبيانات جيومكانية حديثة ودقيقة بناء على شراكات وطنية ودولية للاستفادة من هذه البنية. في إطار عمل إدارة البيانات الجيومكانية الوطنية، أطلقت الهيئة في فبراير الماضي المركز الجيومكاني الوطني ليكون مرجعية وطنية موحدة لتحقيق الاستخدام التكاملي لمنظومة المعلومات الجيومكانية الوطنية، مسترشدة في ذلك في أفضل المؤسسات العالمية. كما اعتمدت الهيئة إطار حوكمة البيانات الجيومكانية الوطنية، والذي عرف الطبقات الجيومكانية الأساسية وحدد المسؤوليات والمهام والأدوار لضمان جودة وحداثة البيانات الجيومكانية الوطنية. كما انتهت الهيئة من إعداد مسودة سياسات البيانات الجيومكانية الوطنية من سياسة للتصنيف البيانات وترخيصها وتسعيرها ومشاركتها وحمايتها بالتكامل مع المنهجيات الوطنية لحوكمة البيانات وبالاستفادة من أفضل الممارسات العالمية. كما انتهت الهيئة هذا العام من تطوير مسودة المعايير للبيانات الجيومكانية الوطنية بتحديد معايير جودة البيانات الجيومكانية ومعايير تقييم وإدارة جودتها ومواصفاتها ومعايير جمعها وتوثيقها وصيانتها وتحديثها. واعتمدت الهيئة الدليل الوطني للبيانات الوصفية الجيومكانية والقاموس الوطني للبيانات الجيومكانية والنموذج الوطني للبيانات الجيومكانية لوضع آلية تقنية لتبادل ومشاركة البيانات الجيومكانية بمنهجية المعايير المفتوحة. كما حوكمت الهيئة المنصة الجيومكانية الوطنية النافذة الوطنية للبنية التحتية الجيومكانية الوطنية، وعرفت الجانب التشريعي والتنظيمي والتقني وآلية توفير البيانات الجيومكانية بالمنصة، لتطلق النسخة المحدثة من المنصة الجيومكانية الوطنية بخارطة تفاعلية وفهرس بيانات لكامل الطبقات الجيومكانية الأساسية. وقد احتوت المنصة على كامل الطبقات الجيومكانية الأساسية بصيغ جيومكانية مختلفة لإتاحة الربط الإلكتروني مع الجهات الحكومية لكي تتمكن هذه الجهات من بناء تطبيقاتها. كما وفرت المنصة بيانات التوأمة الرقمية الجيومكانية لعدد من المواقع ذات الأهمية في مدينة الرياض، وستوفر مزيداً من المواقع في مدينة الرياض ومختلف مدن المملكة تباعاً. وبنظرة عامة، قامت الهيئة خلال 2023 بتوفير البيانات الجيومكانية وبناء الشراكات والتواصل على ما يزيد من 65 جهة حكومية و45 جهة من القطاع الخاص وأكثر من 18 جهة من القطاع الأكاديمي، إضافة إلى أهمية الشراكات الوطنية، عملت الهيئة على تطوير العديد من الشراكات العالمية الممكنة للبنية التحتية الجيومكانية الوطنية. فاستكمالاً لهذه الشراكات، ستعرض الهيئة اليوم بالتعاون مع اتحاد البيانات الجيومكانية المفتوحة OGC نظرتها المستقبلية لبناء الإيكو سيستم للمعلومات الجيومكانية بالمملكة العربية السعودية. وبالشراكة مع الهيئة العامة للإحصاء، ستطلق الهيئة اليوم بوابة البيانات الجيومكانية المفتوحة لتحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شكرا لك مهندس عاصم على هذه التفاصيل والمعلومات. كما تحدث أصحاب السعادة حضورنا الكريم، بالفعل سيكون لدينا عدة إطلاقات خلال اليوم. هذه الإطلاقات تعكس مدى أهمية هذا الملتقى اليوم والجهود التي تقوم بها هيئة المساحة والمعلومات الجيومكانية من توحيد الجهود، رفع كفاءة الإنفاق وغيرها مما ذكره سعادة الرئيس في كلمته. فهذه هي اللحظة الحاسمة حضورنا الكريم، والتي نعلن فيها بالتعاون بين الهيئة العامة للمساحة والمعلومات الجيومكانية والهيئة العامة للإحصاء، يسعدني أن نعلن عن إطلاق بوابة البيانات الجيومكانية المفتوحة لتحقيق تنمية مستدامة. ألف مبروك هذا الإطلاق. ألف مبروك هذا الإطلاق. والآن نخوض في أولى جلساتنا الحوارية لهذا اليوم. هذه البوابة طبعا حضورنا تعرض أهداف التنمية المستدامة ودور البيانات الجيومكانية في تحقيقها وإبراز جهود المملكة في هذا الإطار تحديدا. لكن لنستمع أكثر حولها من ضيوفنا في الجلسة القادمة، فرحبوا معي بضيوفنا مهندس عبد الله الأسمري، دكتور عبد الله ثنيان، ليسلطوا مزيد من الضوء على بوابة البيانات الجيومكانية المفتوحة لتحقيق تنمية مستدامة. ورحبوا معي أيضا بالسيدة بنتي ليليا لتتحدث أكثر عن البيانات الجيومكانية ودورها في تحقيق التنمية المستدامة. Welcome. Yes, please join us on stage. إذن نجدد الترحيب بكم ضيوفنا الكرام. And Mrs. Bente, very lovely having you with us. So I'm going to go ahead and speak in Arabic with both my guests, and then they will have their presentation, and then I will go ahead and continue with you if you don't mind. Thank you. مهندس عبد الله ودكتور عبد الله، ودي تحكوا لنا أكثر عن البوابة. ربما لديكم عرض مرئي تتحدثون فيه أو من خلاله أكثر عن البوابة وما تقدمه من مؤشرات إحصائية، بيانات جيومكانية وغيرها من تفاصيل. تفضلوا.
السلام عليكم. أولاً أشكر لك كرم الاستضافة وممتن لتواجدي اليوم في ملتقى البيانات الجيومكانية المفتوحة OGC. بالنسبة لسؤالك، حقيقة البيانات الجيومكانية تلعب دور كبير في تحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة، ولتحقيق هذه الأهداف تم الاستعانة بجدول أو مصفوفة الأمم المتحدة التي توضح أهمية البيانات، بحيث أن هذه الجدول يحتوي على بيانات المعلومات الجيومكانية كما يظهر في الجدول الأعلى، بالإضافة إلى أهداف التنمية المستدامة في اليمين. حقيقة في الجدول الحالي نجد أن البيانات أو الأهداف التنمية المستدامة 17 جميعها تعتبر أساسية في قضية المرجع أو في قضية التوزيع السكاني، بالإضافة إلى الطبقة الأخرى وهي طبقة المدن والبنى التحتية. هناك أيضا بعض الطبقات مثل طبقة المياه قد يكون هناك فقط تقاطعات بسيطة مع أهداف التنمية المستدامة. فعلى سبيل المثال طبقة المياه تحتوي فقط على تقاطع مع 6 أهداف تنمية مستدامة. بالإضافة إلى ذلك فتم نشر الأهداف التنمية المستدامة وتمكين المستخدمين من الوصول إليها من خلال اختيار الهدف المراد الحصول على بياناته. فعلى سبيل المثال في حال الرغبة في الحصول على القضاء على الفقر وهو الهدف الأول، فيستطيع المستخدم الوصول إليها من خلال الوصول إلى البيانات الجيومكانية المتعلقة بهذا الهدف. أيضاً المنصة البيانات، وهي منصة تم إطلاقها حديثاً، وهي منصة تمكن المستخدمين من الوصول إلى البيانات الجيومكانية، حيث أن هذه المنصة هي عبارة عن داتا كاتالوج يمكن للمستخدمين البحث عن البيانات بصيغها وأشكالها المختلفة. هذه البيانات يمكن البحث عن صيغها من خلال الجانب الأيسر للمنصة، بحيث أنه يمكن الحصول على خرائط الويب أو لوحات المعلومات أو الدوكومنت المرتبطة بأي هدف من الأهداف التنمية المستدامة. الجدير بالذكر في هذه المنصة أن إمكانية الوصول إليها وتحميل البيانات واستعراضها يمكن للمستخدمين دون أي قيد.
ماذا عن الجانب ربما الإحصائي؟
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. شكرا على الاستضافة الكريمة. شكرا على سؤالك. يعني العمل القائم الحالي هو يعني جهد جبار، لأنه في جوهرها مؤشرات التنمية المستدامة تحمل بعد مكاني أو جانب الدايمنشن المكاني لها، يحقق يعني إعطاء تفاصيل أكثر عن مستوى التقدم في هذه الإحصاءات أو المؤشرات والغايات والأهداف. في الهيئة العامة للإحصاء نقوم بإنتاج ونشر بالمشاركة مع جميع المؤسسات والهيئات الحكومية والخاصة أيضا وحتى الأفراد في إنتاج المؤشرات الخاصة بالتنمية المستدامة على جوانبها أو 17 المعروفة، سواء كانت تتعلق بالقضاء على الفقر أو بالعمل توفير بيئة عمل آمنة أو حتى مؤشرات صحية أو إحصاءات تعليمية، حتى في المؤشرات البيئية ومؤشرات يعني مستوى الازدهار والتقدم، بما يعكس أثر ذلك سواء على المستوى الوطني أو على مستوى الفرد. فدائما يتم تقديم الإحصاءات بشكلها الدقيق وأيضا الجودة العالية، وهذا التشارك في إطلاق منصة يعني أو بيئة حاضنة لهذه المؤشرات تسهل على جميع المستخدمين وعلى جميع الراغبين في الاطلاع على مستوى التقدم الحصول على بيانات رسمية ودقيقة ومحققة فيها جميع جوانب الجودة الخاصة بهذا المستوى أو بهذا العمل الإحصائي، وأيضا اللي مع الدايمنشن، مع الحرص على وجود الجانب أو البعد الجغرافي والمكاني اللي يسهل على المطلع مقارنة سواء بين مناطق مختلفة من مناطق المملكة أو بين المملكة يعني كدولة كاملة وبقية الدول.
شكرا جزيلا لكما. أنتقل إلى ضيفتي Mrs. Bente. So they spoke about SDGs and the 17 goals that we want to reach. And we've seen that also in COP25. It has been brought up so much, and we've seen all the efforts towards that. However, when it comes to SDGs, we need to do more. We need to achieve more. So my question perhaps, how can geospatial help in achieving those goals perhaps faster? And you do have a presentation for us as well.
So this is outside the presentation.
All right. Or you can answer it throughout the presentation if you wish.
Because there's a whole presentation about
Yeah, please go ahead with the
Yeah.
presentation, and then we can talk more about it.
Okay. You see, how do I control it?
All right, so it's right here. We can switch places if you wish, and you can
okay,
view it.
there
Yeah.
it is. Okay.
Can you
Yes.
see it?
So I'm going to talk about
right.
open geospatial data in support of the SDGs, so the Sustainable Development Goals. And I reckon you already talked a little bit about the Sustainable Development Goals, so apologies for the repetition, but I will repeat them. And of course, I will talk about the geospatial data, what they are, and what role they play. And I'm also going to talk about openness, because that is key. And a few words also on how we can achieve that by implementing it. So the Sustainable Development Goals first, and you have seen this many times already today. Of course, the goals are very comprehensive and interconnected. And the overall goal is to make the world a better place for all of us. We have identified 169 targets to measure if we are achieving these goals. That's what's referred to indicators often. But the overall picture is, and I think this is the point, that it's all connected. All of these goals and all of these societal activities are connected. And how is the data and the geospatial data supporting the SDGs? And I will have divided it into two. So the indicators, we are supporting it through indicators, information about the indicators, but also through actual solutions to achieve the goals. So geospatial data is supporting both of them. You see here on the right-hand side a report from GEOSA, which has gone through how Earth observations, so Earth observations from satellites are basically all geospatial. And as a matter of fact, the satellite imagery is supporting all of the goals. So that's, just to take that in, that this is a fact. Then I'm going to show you a few examples to illustrate also. I've chosen the food, energy, and water nexus, see how that is connected, and also digital twins of the ocean. And you will hear more about it. I just outlined here, and you see some of the targets that are being then supported. So why is open data important for the SDGs? And it's very shortly is linked to the fact that everything is connected. So you have to share data across provinces in a country, between countries, across borders, regions, and also globally. And the same data is also used very often by different disciplines, and different disciplines are supporting each other. And different sectors and different actors. So I want to mention then you have governmental actors, you have NGOs, you have businesses, and you also have citizens. And so openness, in order to support the SDGs, we have to share data across all of these factors. So it's for everybody. Here I chose something that you might recognize here in Saudi Arabia, the Red Sea. And there's a very specific and interesting ocean current that goes through the Red Sea. And what I found out that it is not well understood. The Saudi Arabia is having a coastline towards the Red Sea here, and there are several provinces in Saudi Arabia. Now, in order for all of you and us in the world also to better understand this current, it's important that the data collected by the different provinces are shared. So by sharing, you gain better understanding of this current. Just to mention, so for fisheries, for activities in general, understanding the ocean current is very interesting. And it's contributing to the Sustainable Development Goals, of course. So, and then another example here, and then I mentioned the water, energy, and food nexus. Now, water is being used to many different purposes, societal purposes, and making decisions on how to best use this water resource is not an easy task. And it shows how things are interlinked. So you have water source, and how do you distribute that water for water safety, so for drinking, basically, for energy production, and for production of food, so food security. And sharing data across these different disciplines is, of course, making it, enabling us to make a better decision on how to make best use of the water. Another example is from digital twins of the ocean. I believe you will hear more about digital twins during the day. It's another example, and it's addressing goal number 14. Building different digital twins enables us to better understand the ocean. So the ocean is vast and very complex with the geophysical and biological components and human activities. And for us to better understand this, we have thematic twins. We are developing thematic twins. And by the way, OGC is one of the partners of 56 partners building this digital twins. I've shown you here, I show also a map showing that these twins are developed not only for Europe, so I come from Europe, but also Africa and the Middle East. And so the ocean is one, so we need to also share the data about the ocean, also across different thematic areas. So if you want to be better prepared to handle oil spill, for instance, which is a very challenging task, very devastating also for the environment and economic consequences, etc. Having the same data for oil spill as for harbor management, for fisheries, etc., is very important. So again, the point I'm making here is that open geospatial information enable us to share data to better solve the problems supporting the SDGs. I've shown you, and don't be afraid, I hope you weren't afraid of the figures on the left-hand side here, but it shows actually some of the technicalities that needs to be in place in order to share the data openly. And OGC is working on this, and this is one thing is to how do you package the applications that are using all this data in a way so that you can easily reuse it in another thematic area or in another geolocation. So that's work that's being done by the community, the ocean community here, together with OGC. So this is an example of how geospatial and working with geospatial data is supporting the SDGs. And we also have, and this is, I'm very proud on behalf of OGC to mention the ocean information model, which we are developing. Because if you want to share the data, you need to use the same language, so semantics. So the ocean information model is a semantics model. You see here different layers. And the point I want to show here is that you need to really be very meticulous in how you are handling this data in order to share the data. So the ocean information model is one thing that is being, where we are using the OGC community to develop it for the better, for the support also of the SDGs. And of course, there are many in this room, I'm sure, that know what geospatial data. All the same, I'm going to repeat a definition of what geospatial data is. So it's a different definition made here by ISO, the technical committee, and it says that data and information, so geographical data, also geospatial data, is data and information having an implicit or explicit association with a location relative to Earth. And we use, the point I want to make is that we are all using geospatial or geo-referenced or geodata. You know, these are the same things we are talking about. Geospatial data, I'm now in the continuation, I'm talking more about Earth observations. Most of the Earth observations are geospatial data, so that's why it's a good example. And to illustrate again, there's different types of geospatial data. You have point data point data or raster data, and you see here an illustration on how what that actually means. You usually see these maps, and you also know satellite imageries. But in addition to that, and this list of data that I'm showing here is taken from IBM, by the way, to give proper reference. You also put geospatial or location to social media data, to telephone data, etc. And by combining it, we are better understanding the world we are living in. So, GEO, and I know GEO is the Group on Earth Observation. It's a governmental organization with I don't know how many now. We are close to 140 member countries, maybe, and an equal number of participating organizations. Many of the UN bodies are there. Now, GEO is working on addressing the Earth observation for the Sustainable Development Goals, and has developed several reports also to illustrate, to be concrete on how these Earth observations or geospatial data is supporting the Sustainable Development Goals, specifically the indicators, but in the GEO work program, we are addressing many different societal challenges, which are also supporting then the Sustainable Development Goals. So it's very comprehensive. And one of my favorite topics is open, because open is key to better address all our global challenges, really being open. And we have a whole bouquet of policies and regulations supporting that. Actually, it's a trend, so openness is now a trend politically, globally. And so the UN, here are some examples I've listed. The UN has an open data charter, the Århus Convention, which assures the right for environmental information. They have a recommendation on using electronic information systems, sharing data. The European Union has a plethora of policies, directives, regulations underpinning openness. The GEO principles, I will talk more about the GEO principles shortly, but those are fundamental for Earth observations, so for a large part of the geospatial information. And Copernicus, I think is, so Copernicus is the European Earth Observation Program, is a global program, and I believe it's the biggest provider of geospatial Earth observations data. It's both satellite-based and in situ, so ground-based data and services. So these are just some examples in the trend of openness. And here, this is taken from the Århus Convention, which is really trying to facilitate the sharing of data by providing recommendations for how to use electronic information systems, how to use standards, how to use the technology that are continuously being developed. And you see here that access to sectoral, and I underpin this, that we need to share data across different disciplines. We really need to do that to be able to move towards Sustainable Development Goals. It's really essential. Another point I want to make here is to pay attention to the citizen science, the citizens' contributions to sharing and using open geospatial data. So this is going to be, in Europe we are talking a lot about that, making the citizens work for the better for all of us by providing information, including geospatial data. So I just wanted to show that there's many reasons. Of course, Sustainable Development Goal is also important for the Århus Convention. Now, the famous open data, the data sharing principles that has been agreed by all the members of governmental members of the group on Earth observation, and including the participating organizations, agree that by default, open data should be open and shared. Of course, there are some situations where restrictions is necessary, but we say in these principles that it should be made minimal restrictions on the data. You should really try to make it open the best you can, and also in a timely manner. And in order, again, to be able to share the data, to be open, you all have to have metadata. The metadata is simply data about the data and making sense of the data so you can combine it and understand what the data means. So these are a foundation of GEO and being implemented by many member countries. And I said, so openness is a trend, and in GEO we go also follow this trend by going towards open knowledge. And you see, of course, open data and access to the data is included. But note that even open software, open infrastructure, all of this needs to be open in order to be transparent, and I will come back to this. Trust is super important. Another important issue is actually how do we do this? And training and education is important for us to be able to actually execute all this. So that's a part of the open knowledge principles here. And I want to you can find more information about this from the Location Innovation Academy that the OGC just opened. And there's also a lot of material to be found on the Geo Knowledge Hub. So there are support for those who really want to implement this. This is there's support to get that, and help to get. Now, again, how do we actually do this? And here is a list. How do we make data open? You have to, politically, you have to agree. You have to then follow up with policies and laws and regulations. So this needs to be in place. And with my background from as a research director of the Norwegian Mapping Authority, I have to also plug the geodetic reference frame, because it's simple as you need to use the same coordinate system, the reference frame, to be able to combine all this data, to be able to make it open, actually. And I mentioned, so data management, I will talk more about data management. Managing your data in a good fashion enables openness. Metadata I mentioned, this needs to be repeated. And standards, of course. Of course, you need standards to be able to share this data openly. Capacity development, I said, we need to learn how to do this. And licenses, you'd be surprised that you can have data sets and there is no information of who's allowed to use it, what is the allowance to use it. And this is necessary if we want to have, say, operational services. We need to know the licenses. And of course, we promote open licenses to be able to share across. And good practices, we learn from each other. There are many communities. So OGC is one community where we collect the experience from others. We have good practices that we can support, to help us support. And trust, again, we have to trust each other. Openness might seem like a scary thing, but in the end, it's really what is the common good for all of us. And we have to learn to trust through different, some technical ways and also ways to work together. And the data management principles, I wanted to mention that because these are necessary for implementing and making the open geospatial data work for the SDGs. And there's a set of data principles. In GEO, we have a list of 10 principles. And the FAIR principles you might have heard if you're familiar with OGC. OGC is really promoting the FAIR principles. OGC, as a participating organization, is also, of course, supporting the GEO principles. And then we have something called CARE that is addressing the more ethical, that should be responsibly shared, that you should also share the benefit from sharing the data. So it's developed by the indigenous alliances, and it's complementary. All of these principles you see here are some overlap, but also complementary, addressing different aspects of data management. And trust is more on the repositories and how you are handling the data when taking care of the data once you collected them. So my conclusion is that geospatial data enhances the precision and the effectiveness of the efforts to achieve the SDGs by providing a spatial context. Not surprising. And for decision making, for enabling decision or evidence-based planning and monitoring, integrating geospatial information into sustainable development strategies that can lead to move more efficiently to the targets and have more impacts. And of course, the open geospatial data should be done by using standards. It's pivotal for achieving this. And thank you very much. It's been a pleasure being here. And if you want to contact me, here is my email. And of course, you can always reach out to OGC. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That is a lovely presentation. I actually have so many questions for you. وسأعرض إليكم ضيوفي الكرام بمزيد من الأسئلة حول البوابة واستخداماتها، ولكن أنت تسمحوا لي سأبدأ بأسئلتي مع السيدة بنتي. So since you just summarized your presentation, perhaps you've emphasized the importance of standards. Now, who sets those standards? Each entity has its own? Or is there a certain standard that must be followed in terms of SDGs and using geospatial?
Oh no, there's a lot of different standards. The standards generally per definition is decided upon and developed by the community. That's why we have standards organizations where based on your experience, you can identify a need for a standard, and then you can use the community to develop a standard. So you sort of negotiate based on knowledge some standards. Now, depending on what topic you are addressing, I mentioned, for instance, the ocean information model. That's a thematic standard. So what you're asking, what kind of standards do you use? Are you using the same? It depends on the topic, the thematic area, but there are also some common standards that are quite normal to use related to the web, for instance. So there are commonalities and specialities.
Yeah. And you've also had a whole list of how we can execute this, how we do this whole openness, and having the trust is also essential. How important is it to have this a gate, just like we've announced today, this the gate or a place where entities can go to and securely have this information, securely get information they're looking for, geospatial information, of course?
Well, discover the data and access the data is of course essential. So, but you don't have to have necessarily one place. You can also, we talk about federated systems, because those who are gathering the data, they are the ones who knows the data best, and they are the best caretaker, if you like. And it's also a matter of who owns the data, etc. So it's important then to acknowledge those factors, and that's why we rather talk about making these federated systems interoperable, so that you can connect between the different data providers and systems.
Lovely.
But so for one data provider, by the way, can make it's in their interest to share the data, have the data used as much as possible. So by having the data discoverable and accessible through different portals or different sites, it's very helpful. So it doesn't mean that it needs to be in one, discoverable just one place. It's actually better if you can find it several places.
Lovely. I truly have many questions, but just to fairly spread the time, مهندس عبد الله، ما أهمية استخدام البوابة للحصول على المعلومات المؤكدة أو ربما الآمنة من المعلومات والبيانات الجيومكانية، وكيف يمكن أن تخدم المستفيدين حقيقة بأقصى إمكاناتها؟
حقيقة البوابة هي متاحة للجميع، إمكانية تحميل البيانات والوصول إليها متاحة بصيغ متعددة تخدم جميع القطاعات والجهات أو الأشخاص والباحثين. فعلى سبيل المثال المنصة مثل ما ذكرنا هي لديها مجموعة كبيرة من صيغ البيانات، سواء خرائط ويب أو مجموعات بيانات أو لوحات معلومات. جميع هذه الأنواع تكون متاحة للجميع للتحميل، وهي حاضرة من الجهات الرسمية. هناك نقطة بس أود توضيحها في خصوص البيانات الجيومكانية ومدى ارتباطها بأهداف المستدامة. فعلى سبيل المثال الهدف رقم 4 عندنا اللي هو التعليم الجيد. هنا البيانات اللي تكون تحتاجها في قضية التعليم الجيد، على سبيل المثال نقاط توزيع المدارس، طبقة المدارس، فيكون هناك توزيع للمدارس على الخارطة. البيانات لا تقف فقط على توزيع المدارس، هناك بيانات أخرى مرتبطة بها. فعلى سبيل المثال بيانات الطرق نحتاجها في قضية النقل المدرسي وتحديد المسارات. بالإضافة إلى ذلك تصل البيانات إضافة إلى ذلك في مثل توزيع السكاني للطلبة. فكل هذه البيانات تساعد صانع القرار في الحصول على قرارات مستنيرة من خلال مجموعة البيانات الكبيرة اللي تم تحليلها والاستفادة منها.
دكتور عبد الله، أنتقل إليك. ربما أسألك عن الإحصاءات والمؤشرات التي ستكون متوفرة عبر البوابة، ما نوعها ومن تخدم؟
سؤال ممتاز، شكرا لك. 17 هدف أو تغطي أكثر من 240 مؤشر أو 240 إحصائية تغطي جميع المجالات. عادة المؤشرات لا نتكلم عن بيان إحصائي، نتكلم عن مؤشر أو رقم مركب له معادلة مكونة من أكثر من متغير، تعطي بشكل سهل فهم أعمق عن مدى التقدم في الغاية والهدف. هذا اللي نتكلم عنه، والهدف هذا دائما يكون سهل. الرقم هذا يكون منهجيته دولية وقابل للمقارنة على جميع مستوى دول العالم، يجعل من السهل مقارنة المملكة مع غيرها من الدول في هذه المجالات. فندرس الأهداف سواء القضاء على الفقر أو القضاء تماما على الجوع أو تحقيق تعليم جيد أو تحقيق تكافؤ الفرص بين الجنسين، لها مؤشرات كثيرة. المؤشرات الكثيرة لكل هدف قد تكون مثلا مؤشر تكافؤ الفرص بين الجنسين يتعلق بعضها نسب النساء في المناصب القيادية والمتوسطة. هذا مؤشر قد يرغب فيه شخص يحب يطلع على الوضع أو الحالة الاجتماعية لتقدم تمكين المرأة في الدولة. لكن الاهتمامات تتعلق بجميع جوانب الحياة. الاستدامة زي ما ذكرت ضيفتنا الكريمة هي أهداف وغايات مترابطة، ولا يمكن أن نقيس تقدم في مجال واحد دون أن نقيس التقدم في المجال الآخر. التقدم في مجالات عادة يحفز التقدم في الأهداف الأخرى، وبالتالي يجب أن نقيسها بشكل شامل ونطرح المؤشرات الإحصائية 240 مؤشر اللي تكلمنا عنها، وهي كثيرة جدا. والويب سايت راح يكون أكيد إنه مفتوح الآن وأكسسبل، ومثل ما تفضلت الضيفة الكريمة قالت أيضا أنه الوصول لهذه البيانات راح يكون عبر أكثر من نقطة، يعني من سواء في التقرير الطوعي المتاح في الإنترنت وتقدم الجهة المسؤولة عنه، سواء في موقع هيئة الإحصاء، الآن في بيئة حاضنة، تعزيز هذه المؤشرات بخرائط وبصور أقمار صناعية تجعل المعلومات ثرية، ومن يستطيع الاستفادة منها ويربطها سواء ظواهر خاصة أو دقيقة أو بصورة الأكبر لحالة التقدم نحو تحقيق هذا الهدف، يجعل السهل، لأنه جميع المؤشرات هذه متاحة. تستفيد منها أولا جهات حكومية، تستفيد منها الجهات الدولية، وتستفيد منها أيضا الأفراد. هذا أيضا يسهل على عمليات التشغيل بالنسبة لنا في العمل الإحصائي. دائما ما يكون في تواصل معنا من أجل الحصول على بعض المؤشرات، لكن وجودها ومتاحة في بيئة حاضنة ومن مصدر رسمي وأيضا برعاية رسمية من الهيئة العامة للمساحة وجهة رسمية، فيجعل من السهل للجميع التحقق والوصول لهذه المعلومة. وبإذن الله يعني هذه نقلة اللي اليوم صار يعني نقلة جميلة في المملكة العربية السعودية
بالفعل،
وبإذن الله يعني التطوير والأجمل القادم
بإذن الله. شكرا لك دكتور. ربما أنتقل إلى السيدة بنتي وأختم معها بهذا السؤال، وسعيدة بأنك تطرقت للبيئة الحاضنة، لأنه هذا تحديدا ما سنتحدث عنه بعد قليل مع ضيوفنا، الإيكو سيستم للمعلومات والبيانات الجيومكانية. Mrs. Bente, I'll end my session with you perhaps. So you spoke about how to properly handle this information, how to properly have it timely as well, and it's essential to have that. So what does that exactly entail when we say handle it properly? Having timely information?
Well, I showed you the list of different data management principles, and it lays out, for instance, that you need to have good metadata and ideally also standardized metadata. And also, for instance, some of the data are real-time and you need some reprocessing, etc. This is, for those of you who know geodesy, for instance, you know that you need to do that. And having then a control over which reprocessing you did, the data set. So you sort of follow what you do with the data set step by step and you record it. So that's one example of a good data management. It's all through the life cycle of collecting the data until you store it, to carefully monitor step by step what you are doing and following good practices. That's good data management, and in a timely manner. Well, sometimes real-time data can sometimes be very sensitive, but after a while, it's not so sensitive anymore. Climate data can be an example of that. You have real-time data that you cannot share immediately, but after a while, if you take good care of it, you can include it in climate models, for instance, without jeopardizing the sensitivity. So having in a timely manner is that you should share the data as soon as you can, taking care of, if there are sensitivities issues. Just an example of
lovely, and that's exactly why I asked that question.
Yeah, yes.
So thank you so much for being with us. We really enjoyed having you. شكرا جزيلا لكم ضيوفي الكرام، دكتور عبد الله، مهندس عبد الله أيضا، لانضمامكم معنا. وسنكمل حديثنا أيضا عن الإيكو سيستم للمعلومات والبيانات الجيومكانية مع ضيوفي. أشكركم جزيل الشكر. إذا كما تطرق ضيوفنا عن البيئة الحاضنة أو الإيكو سيستم للبيانات والمعلومات الجيومكانية، سنكمل حديثنا الآن مع ضيوفنا الكرام، فرحبوا معي بهم. نرحب بمستر تيم ترينر، دكتور زفار صديق، ودكتور إنجو سيمنسون لينضموا معي على المسرح. Hello. welcome on stage with us, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm sure you have heard our conversation. Mrs. Bente have spoken about so many important things, so have our other guests as well. However, let's talk about the ecosystem. Now, we've talked about the data, the information, and having one portal or one access to all this important, sensitive perhaps, or not sensitive, essential rather, information. Having an important or an ecosystem for all this information, for all this data, is also important. I mean, we cannot have this data without the ecosystem supporting it, right? So perhaps I'll start with you, Mr. Tim. You can go ahead and start with your presentation, and then we can talk more about it.
Thank you. Well, thanks for having us here today. It's really a pleasure. I would say to you that I'm presenting information to you about the United Nations efforts on the geospatial ecosystem. The presentation I'm showing you today is work that was done by Dr. Leslie Arnold from Perth, Australia. There's a group of us that have been working on the concept of a geospatial ecosystem for quite a while now. And the work that I'm going to present to you today is evidence of what we have before us in terms of what we need to do to begin to address the question that you just raised.
Yes.
So at the end of this presentation, what I'm hoping is that you will experience these takeaways. You know, what is it that we're trying to achieve? Why is this not achievable now? What transformation looks like in terms of being able to actually achieve this work, and what we need to consider. And maybe a good question would be, what do we need to do next? So what are we trying to achieve? Well, we're trying to get to this place of data to knowledge to insight, and I would translate that into understanding. So you have data and information, you have knowledge, which is for the most part experiential, and insight is certainly experiential. Each of us has our own perspective on how we interpret that information. So in this question, you say, well, what does this really look like? How is it delivered? Who is it for? How and where will it be used? And how can it be trusted? Trusted, that's a good one. How do you know any information that is before you is trusted information? That's a very difficult question. So there are three drivers for change. And I would say that one aspect that permeates each of these is that technology is an enabler. But I would add to that that technology is actually, in some ways, a disruptor for us. We're now in a position in the geospatial arena where we're having to react to the advances in technology, where in the past we were able to keep pace and in some ways influence technology development. We're now in a place where we're trying to keep up. So if I look at these three drivers for change, we'll go through each of them separately. And the first looks at unified solutions to global problems. And so we're trying to address these common challenges. We're trying to harness the geospatial intelligence from a local to a global level. We know that communities, villages, oftentimes are the experts at a lot of the information that we need to harness and look at, not only for the level, that geographic area itself, but also that bubbles up to a national level. And then we also want to share that innovation. We want to leverage it and share it. So here are examples of, very diverse examples of some of those challenges. You can add many, 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 many more. But you can see that the diversity, the difference that geospatial influences in each of these examples, it has an important part to play in every one of these examples. So on equitable access to knowledge and information, we have expectations for knowledge on demand. So in other words, I want an answer to a question now. I want to know where I am or where I'm going and how to get there. You have this interest in contextualized knowledge of individuals. So your perspective and my perspective are likely not the same. You have an interest, and I'll show you an example of this. You have an interest in a particular area of information. I might view that in a very different way. So the contextualization of that information is very important. And then we also, our goal is to have this information designed for general users to the greatest extent possible. So if you take the topic of flooding, if you think about from a disaster perspective, there is no disaster that has a greater impact than flooding. If you have a cyclone that runs through or a hurricane or some other aspect, those things are devastating and they create a lot of damage, but they come and they go. Flooding stays with you for a long time. You have to dig out. You have to get rid of the water. You have to dig out the mud. So it's really devastating to communities. But the notion of dealing with unwanted water is viewed differently. If you're an emergency manager, you're thinking about it in one context. If you're trying to decide if you want to buy a home in an area of a community that has a tendency to flood, you may think differently about where you want to buy that home. And you can see the other examples of insurance and urban planners and so forth. You can add to this list. Each of us has our own contextualized view of flooding. So the last driver for change deals with this bridging the geospatial digital divide. This is really about the haves and the have-nots. Those that are able to have comprehensive and meaningful systems that are able to achieve their results compared to, say, the worst-case situation where in some countries they have nothing. So where do you begin to equalize and begin to have a more equal approach? Is the ecosystem, for example, accessible and usable to all? In an ecosystem environment, for example, if you don't have access to the internet, if you don't have electricity, and you don't have access to the internet, you're left out of the process. So we need to be thinking about that. The knowledge that it's available to everyone. This is experiential, it's our own personal experiences, but it's also education and training. We've heard that from the first session this morning. And an ecosystem in its design prioritizes developing countries. So if we're looking at, from a United Nations perspective, they're clearly focused on helping those with the least effort to bring them up to a level that is helpful for them. So why can't we achieve knowledge on demand now? There are a lot of reasons for that, and so that's the challenge for us. What do we do to try to get this knowledge, this geospatial information that's adding to the knowledge, at our fingertips at this point? I mean, if you look at the spatial data infrastructure, SDI, the current capabilities are many. We have data sharing, we have some aspect of integrated data. It's not perfect, we have a long way to go, but there are examples of that. There's reuse and repurpose of the data. People are using the same information over and over. We have analytics. We have lots of applications, and those applications are leading to decision making. We also have, in several instances, that this information is leading to policy setting, and we're seeing some general benefits accruing from all of this effort. So this is all good work. This is the spatial data infrastructure world that we live in today. Now, if I go back to the have and have-nots, some people don't have this. So that's a different issue. We need to work through that. So why do we need to change? That's the question. Well, if you look at the limitations that we face, with spatial data infrastructures, for the most part, it's human-based. It's not machine-based. The machines aren't accessing this information. The people are making the machines access the information. So this is one of the challenges that we have going forward. Our current environment is a push out or pull in the data. That's how we operate today. The infamous download. Download the data, download the app, download the information. That's where we are. You have to push the button. If you don't push the button, you don't get the result. Generally, the common user is not able to take full advantage. These efforts in the geospatial community are largely involving the professional geospatial experts and geospatial users. There's also a knowledge delay. There's limited integration. Integration, we talk about it a lot, but in reality, there's very little of it that's going on. And there are good reasons for that. And those challenges need to be changed or need to be addressed. And then, of course, we have the lack of opportunity. On the right, you see a typical GIS layered approach, and that's in some ways how some of the data we have is organized. It's in separate data assets, it's in separate data themes. The integration is when you bring those things together, and that's can be fairly straightforward in some cases and fairly difficult in others. But at the end of the day, those SDI catalogs are not machine ready. So here we have the web of data. This is a web of information. And if you look at it, scientists can get access to lots of information across the web. There are portals of information, there are nodes of information, lots of things going on in the web. And that's really helpful. It's advanced our societies in so many ways. And so you can see that, you do your little search and it goes out and it automatically finds this stuff. You're not directing where it goes, it's finding it on its own. And you also have this knowledge on demand. And we now see in an artificial intelligence environment, we have new capabilities starting to begin with, say, ChatGPT and the virtual assistants of Hi Siri. Well, let me give you an example. So I'm sitting in my hotel room in Riyadh. I say, well, let me go to ChatGPT and let's see if I can get access. Show me, ChatGPT, a population distribution map for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So what do I expect to see is a beautiful, I'm a cartographer, so it's got to be a beautiful map showing the population distribution for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. What did I get? Well, I got a web page, and guess what it had on the web page? Download, 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 download. There was no map. Why not? Why couldn't I get the map? So then I said, okay, let me change the technology. Siri, okay, well, just answered, show me a map, population distribution map of Saudi Arabia. Now, to Siri's credit, I got a map. But it wasn't a population distribution map, it was a map of Saudi Arabia, general map. So that shows that we're beginning to get there, but we have a long way to go. Looking at that web portal, the URL at the left, when it says the Spatial Data Infrastructure Portal, that's not part of this web. The machine can't find that. The machine can't use that information. It's not there. So we have this notion, we've just seen it, findable, accessible, interoperable, reusable. This is very important. This is based on human activity. So we can do this, and we are doing this, and we're working toward this. This is a goal, and we're working hard toward this, and it's showing good results. But teach machines to think like us. That's the goal. How do we do that? We interpret the question, we find the right data, we interpret those concepts. Interpretation, that's the contextualized part. We're all going to interpret things a little bit differently. So how do we make the machine make that determination? We process the data, and then we return a result. So this is a normal progression of how we think and act in that fair, principled process. But now we add to it the machine environment. And you can see that each one of those aspects has to be taken into account. This is outlining the work before us as we go forward. So this is the opportunity. This is where we need to begin the process. So what will that transformation to a future geospatial information ecosystem look like? What's that going to look like? Well, first off, we just need to differentiate between infrastructure and ecosystem. And an infrastructure, it's something that's built. It consists of the physical and organizational structures and facilities needed for an operation. Spatial data infrastructures and systems of systems is an example of infrastructure. But ecosystem, that's something that evolves. It's something that grows. So it's something that automatically takes effect. And we can think about that, we can imagine it, but we have to ensure that that process works. If you look at the geospatial continuum, where we began and where we are today, we started with paper, we went to GIS. We're at a data hub place at the moment, geoportals, those kinds of things. I would maintain that we're not at a system of systems. I know there are a few examples of them out there, but generally speaking, there aren't many out there. And to me, that's really critical that we get to that place with system of systems, where the systems are automatically tapping into other systems to get the information on an ongoing basis as data is updated or as conditions change. That's going to be, I think, the beginning of getting to the ecosystem. And of course, the ecosystem is the last part. So we have these things working through. The focus for us at this point in time is on the hubs. I'm coming from the United States. We have a geoportal. It's useless. It's absolutely useless. Nobody uses it. So why? Why? What do we need to do to make that work better? That's really a question. Okay, so then we get to the web continuum. We just went to the geospatial, now we're going to the web. We have Web 1.0, it's HTML pages, it's read-only. The Web 2.0 is basically a read-write capability. We're really at this place now with Web 3, the semantic web. Think about it from this perspective that you're driving in your car and you're able to read data for finding your way. And maybe you're using a new application or an existing application like Waze, and you're actually contributing to the data, and other people are contributing to the data, so it's being updated as you're driving, and it tells you there's an accident just up ahead. That's in that semantic environment. Or you can speak to Siri. I just spoke to Siri, I get an answer. That's a semantic web. And eventually we'll get to the Web 4.0, and this is something that we're working toward. So it's an evolution. We're moving in this direction. And I think it's important to note, as Dr. Arnold indicated, that the definitions of these different webs are, they're not necessarily agreed to, so there's some fuzziness to where these things begin and end. So here we have an emerging ecosystem. This is where you have the push-pull. This is where spatial data infrastructures lie. So you put data into your geoportal or into the web, you pull it out. Here we're now moving to a system of systems, and I would maintain that from a geospatial perspective, we're not really using this yet. We're not there yet. But there are applications, like we heard about the digital twins. There is work going on, but it's just the beginning of that process. We have a long way to go. And this is where we want to work toward, having an emerging ecosystem, so that all of those bits that are around that circle are all happening automatically. And there's information being shared, and it's happening as part of the machine environment, not as part of the human environment. You'll also notice that in each one of these three, there's a spatial data infrastructure feeding them. So that's critical to this process if you think about it, because everything about geospatial is location-based. You always want to know the where. You want to know where something is. That's the geospatial component. So if you look to the left, those are human readable, human actions. That's what's required in order to make them happen. And we're trying to move in a newer direction so that this is machine actionable. And here you have the web of data. You've got AI apps operating within that web of data. You've got many different kinds of ecosystems going. And so the question is, where does geospatial fit in? And the answer is, it's one word, it's an integrator. Because it is dealing with location, it's an integrator. Everything is based on the geospatial side of things. We had a discussion earlier about the SDGs. The Sustainable Development Goals are not very helpful unless you know where the instances of the effect of all that data are occurring. If you don't know the where, then it doesn't really make much sense. So here you have all these different pieces: Wikipedia, marketing, digital libraries, and so on and so on. And geospatial information ecosystem kind of is that integrator that brings these things together. Okay, so what's next? So in the United Nations, they have an integrated geospatial information framework. So it's a framework. It's made up of 9 interrelated strategic pathways. We saw examples a little bit earlier of some of the aspects of this, and they focus on governance, technology, and people. And so there's a lot of information on the UN's website about this. This is the framework that's going to help us begin to get to this ecosystem, because this is focused on how we manage the data, how we use the data, how we get access to it, all those things. So steps to address those original drivers for change that we talked about in the beginning of this presentation, it begins with those strategic pathways, getting to those drivers for change. So we'll take just 2 examples. We're getting near the end. I'm going to focus on these, reflect those 9 strategic pathways, and I'll focus on the policy and legal framework. And looking at that, this is an area of work in the geospatial community that, for the most part, we have not addressed adequately. Generally, we've run the other way when we talk about policy and legal issues. But when you talk about some of those points that we've discussed earlier about privacy concerns and other things, you have to begin addressing these topics. You can't run from them anymore. So we have to begin addressing each of those. And you can see across the top, you've got national governments, organizations, industry, and so forth. Each of them are going to have their own needs, their own perspectives, their own contextualization. And so they all have to be taken into account as we go down this path. It's not impossible. It's just ticking them off one at a time, just walking through that process and addressing them. Now, the way in which that happens, and this is really critical, and this is critical for all of us in the room here. We're coming from different ministries, from the private sector, coming from academia. We have to work together. No one of us can do any of this by ourselves. No one can do this. This is too complicated. This is too much. We have to be able to work together. We have to partner. We have to collaborate. We have to have agreements. We have to make this work collaboratively. We have to be able to give a little so that we can get something in return. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Really thorough information then, and really essential. And it seems quite complicated to achieve that goal, huh? To have that openness to provide this kind of information and have it open to people needing it. You've said that we don't have so many portals or places that we share this data, and I saw Mr. Simmons as well smiling at that, but we will talk more and I will get back to you to get further in detail about that. However, if you don't mind, Mr. Simmons, I'm going to jump to Mr. Muhammad and have him start his presentation, if you don't mind, so that we can go back to him and have our Q&A as well.
Have the presentation.
If you can have the presentation, please. So until then, go ahead.
Thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Your Excellencies, friends, colleagues, brothers and sisters, I deem it a great privilege to have an opportunity to talk about, continuing from Dr. Tim Traynor, about the importance of the ecosystem. Because this community has spoken about, thought about, and it's all evolving. When we speak about ecosystem, it's about a natural ecosystem. It evolves, things merge, things get designed, things what you call die and evolve. It's all that rotation in the life cycle. And that's where this is very important to understand around how we can apply that natural phenomena in a geospatial and a data context, so that no data is good and bad. Some data is, for someone, it's useful. So how we take advantage of this ecosystem approach. So before I delve in, is around the ecosystem, then it's about the integrated geospatial information framework that Tim spoke about, and then how do we reach to the sustainable development goals? They're all interlinked. And we see that from ecosystem, we have now spoken about the future of ecosystem, and then how do we take that and apply? And Tim gave a great example of the IGIF, and then how do we reach the SDGs, which folks have spoke about in the morning. So from a kingdom perspective, the Saudi Arabia's initiative for SDGs, if you could see around those sort of the 4 pathways that the kingdom has really embraced and committed to sustainable development goals, and we could see that in COP28 around the commitment that has been put across. And this morning we saw how practical these indicators in the websites, that tools have been utilized. And GEOSA's perspective is, that's where you saw that it's around the contribution to achieving these SDGs, and that's where the indicators come from the GEOSA portal, but also very great collaboration with the statistics department. So it's that collaboration, you bring things across where the national strategy, the geodetic infrastructure, the hydrographic, all of them contribute to the achievement of the SDGs one way or the other. And that's what it's across. I'll just park there and then talk about this evolution of how a brief history of this ecosystem, going back to the UN angle, that in the 11th session, there was a paper from EuroGI which spoken about what is beyond SDIs, and that was discussed, and what does beyond SDIs look, and then the concept of ecosystem came across. And then in the 12th session, there was invited papers and acknowledgement. You saw one of my colleagues, Dr. Leslie Arnold's presentation there. And it re-ensured that we need to move beyond SDIs. And what does it? Is ecosystem the answer? It was discussed. And in the 13th session, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia makes a commitment to announce a UN center to support the ecosystem. I'd like to congratulate the leadership, the thinking, the forward that the investment has gone in order for global knowledge ecosystem to grow from this soil and be able to embrace it. Because usually when we talk about concepts, we wait for them to be tested, adopted. But the leadership of this country has really embraced it so that they not only look for this region, but also look for the entire globe to share this knowledge. And that's in commitment of Vision 2030. And that's really, really emphasizes on that particular commitment to have the center over here in Riyadh. And this announcement was subsequently made, and now I think it's been worked across, and hopefully we'll see something emerge from the 14th session in August in New York. So when we talk about the emerging conditions and its impact, going back same on the principles that was outlined, spatial data infrastructure has been evolving, but I think it's more about the static metadata and about the historical data focus, and I think this is around how new data and sources and services need to be evolved. It's about the location in decision making. How is location important? This example, like how it needs to work is around, I go to a Google, as a Siri example was shared. So I go to a Google and say, parks in Riyadh. That's a text. At the moment we put parks in Riyadh, it might bring text, it might bring images, and sometimes map. But what we are looking in the ecosystem parks in Riyadh, inshallah, in another 2 to 3 years, from the same portal of GEOSA or anywhere else, is that we are able to see that these parks in Riyadh, parks geometry, Riyadh geometry, it goes. At the moment, it's text-based searches. The semantic web thinks about converting this into the geometries, does the on-the-fly conflation in order to produce a map which never existed. It doesn't bring a map which is already published, but it brings a map which comes across on this particular query that evolves and create new information. I'm sure my colleague Ingo will provide more details on how that happens, and that's what the ecosystem is. There are things which are available. You're able to bring this along to answer a question where now geometry is not written. At the moment, it is text, it is written, images is written. Inshallah, with the efforts and the research and all the community working towards, we will have something that will emerge out of geometric queries, and that will happen, inshallah, in near future. I like to park here, and this is the diagram which was present in the 11th session as part of a side event. An ecosystem concept is, as I mentioned, it all evolves. Folks do their things. People in communication work on 6G, people work on spatial digital twins, folks work across the cube concept, data cube, etc. But what you see is the interconnectedness, as nicely articulated in the previous presentation, is the interconnectedness where you see that every player, actor, every icon is an actor that is able to do its own work, be it a communication department, be it Saudi Geological Survey, be it agriculture. Each one is an actor trying to produce the geographic information, one way or other to do the business, but you see the consumer in the right, in central, who benefits out of the ecosystem, who do not know what's happening behind. So this is where I think the power of ecosystem comes in, which needs to be architected across all the principles that the first speaker spoke on SDGs, is the fair, open, all will happen with this ecosystem approach. So if you register this as an intro, and you see that all the disciplines are across the outside of those ecosystems that will contribute and benefit to these concepts. And these are some of the elements that the ecosystem principles were derived from that particular 11th session papers surround the education, collaboration, AI-driven consumers, e-government procedures, analytical software, open data, which I think it's good to re-message again and again, because a good message repeated really, really strengthens the thinking of it. But when we talk about these elements, we talk about in a collaborative way that will strengthen the thinking and be able to resolve the problem solving as mentioned earlier, whether it is for disaster, whether it's for economic benefits. We are talking about Cube project here, we are talking about NEOM, we are talking about the world's largest floating harbor. All these answers will come through these sort of elements in a collaborative way rather than we are looking at, of course, signing service level agreements and licensing of data is important, but this all automatically needs to happen. But there is a caveat there, which I'll come back to you. So where you see here is multiple stakeholders come along and agree for this open data, open architecture, and the ecosystem is self-organized. You don't have, who governs the web? Who governs the web? No. It is self-governed. People put in the data, they agree, but of course, W3C has a regulation, then people take off and on good or bad data or misinformation, but ecosystem is self-organized. It has socio-technical elements that are really important, and it is agile. It moves along, it evolves, and for that, I think one of the things, my friends, the attention is we need, especially over here in this geography, is that how do we build the next generation workforce, the skilled workforce for this ecosystem? So do our universities teach at the moment the normal, geospatial, spatial analytics? We need more IT enabled, but also we need more legal aspects of it as well. So one of the examples I recall from Australia when we're talking to the New South Wales Minister on digital transformation, one of the things that they said is, when you're going to build AI, it's about the ethics. Again, it was spoken across in the discussion, the ethics and trust. If any data generated from AI, is that true? And how do we build that? And how do we bring the education with responsible engineers that are working in this ecosystem to really, really look at trusted data, the value of data, but also ethical data, so we don't have fake information and people don't manipulate the geographies. So therefore, I think one of the elements that I think we need to focus is technology is affordable, stakeholders will comply, but we need a workforce, a local workforce that is able to do R&D and research and be able to contribute to these characteristics. And I think this is one of the last slides I have is the characteristics of the ecosystem. Again, touching base on the previous presentation, it's more around what does modern policy look like to take advantage of the ecosystem? How does agile frameworks work through, and how do we bring across these capacity building, and it's more around the lifelong capacity building. That's what, it needs to be sustained. When we speak about spatial digital twins, it's easy to go take a laser scanner, scan the city. But how do we sustain it? How do we update the spatial digital twin? Is that one organization doing it, or we bring multiple people or multiple private sector, academia, and government to work through that collaborative ecosystem to manage and maintain the spatial data, the spatial digital twins? Is something we need to think, so that it's no more one organization's responsibility. It is our data, our nation, our inputs, so therefore we all build a collaborative world towards this ecosystem characteristics there. And here is a quick link about the IGIF, and again the work here is linking around the characteristics of the ecosystem to the IGIF pathways, and you could see there is a great interrelationship across each one of these pathways that have been outlined. And I think there's a book on your kit, and I think it talks about some of these principles, and the next speaker, Dr. Ingo, will more go into the detail of this in his presentation. So with that, I would like to summarize is that by quoting here, we all need to build a sustainable world using geospatial and knowledge in a responsible and sustainable way. And this is how we will make a positive and enduring impact on the globe for the future generation. Thank you for your attention. Jazakallah khairan.
Thank you so much, Dr. Zafar. Lovely and really well said, especially about the kingdom's role. And perhaps Dr. Ingo could also emphasize that and talk to us more about the kingdom's role in this ecosystem, perhaps the infrastructure also built. Please go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here today. And I want to talk you now through a couple of slides that go deep, right? So far, we talked about high-level UNIGIF, spatial ideas, SDIs. This is all theory, right? This is all the high-level perspective. This is the bird's eye perspective from 30,000 feet above. Now the question is, how do we get there, right? We learned that this thing is almost impossible. And I say, no, it is possible, right? We have made a number of very important breakthroughs over the last couple of years that allow us to understand how we can build the ecosystem. And that is super important. So how do we start? Well, this is this cloud picture you have seen several times already, right? And this is a super bird's eye perspective. This is something you can Google what's important about spatial data infrastructures or spatial data exchange, and you find all these elements and you can interconnect them. But that doesn't get you to an ecosystem. The ecosystem building process, that's a very, very complex challenge. And to master this challenge, we have organized it first in 9 categories. And the report so far already mentioned that is inside your bag that you find at your seats illustrates and explains these in detail. So I can only go into some level of detail right here. But first, we need to have a policy and governance framework, right? This is our legal framework, our regulations, our standards and guidelines. This is the big picture. And that is the first thing we addressed, and that's the first thing we built. That is something that gives us the assurance that we do have a solid foundation, that we can now start working onwards. The second aspect is data infrastructure and the management. So somehow you need to get the data in and you need to get the data out and you want to do something with the data, right? So you need some sort of an architecture, you need components that talk to each other. Well, we do have roughly 30 years of experience with spatial data infrastructures, and we know what does not work, but there are a couple of things that do work. And with the things that we know that they do not work, we have better ideas today. Second aspect is the standards interoperability arrangement. So on the one side, standards for the data, and on the other side, standards to allow us exchanging the data, processing the data, or visualizing the data, or doing something with the data. And these standards have been identified. That has been done, right? We went through this work over the last 14 months now, I think it is, together between GEOSA and the OGC, and I think we have a great list and a good understanding of what can we use to build the first important step into the ecosystem. The fourth aspect is collaboration and partnerships. As Tim already mentioned and Zafar repeated it, this thing cannot be built by any organization alone. This thing can only be successful if we all buy into it. And it is important that we all realize that the ecosystem is nothing that is invented by someone and I am enforced to contribute and use it. The ecosystem is only there for exactly one purpose: to help every one of us in our daily activities. It helps us to find the right data that we need to answer the challenges we are confronted with. And if you don't find any value in the ecosystem, please stand up and tell us, right? Because then we need and we want to work together with you, because we are convinced there's so much value in the ecosystem, and we are convinced that there is definitely value for all of you in the ecosystem. For the ecosystem is nothing that is forced. The ecosystem is always an invitation. We need to make use of the latest international inventions, right? The international developments. We have several standardization organizations moving forward. We have interesting new concepts that go beyond spatial data integration. They are called data spaces. And there's lots of movement ongoing in this area. So let's observe the international scene, but let's develop it locally, because at the end of the day, the first steps definitely need to address the local needs, and then stepwise, over the next couple of years, open it towards a more, let's say, integrated international environment. The fifth aspect is the technology infrastructure. Well, we need to do some investments, right? We need some software, we need some sorts of platforms and services, exchange infrastructures, visualization techniques. This afternoon we will talk about the metaverse. This ecosystem lays out the foundation for the metaverse, right? There is no digital twin and whatever element you may consider as metaverse ready these days without the underlying services from the ecosystem. Otherwise, what you build is once off, right? You build something, you hard-code it, you load the data into your tool, and that's about it. It's not live, it's not interactive, it doesn't evolve over time, it doesn't mature over time. You don't have the latest data as part of it, right? So we need to do these investments. The sixth aspect is the data sharing and the open data sharing initiative. That's something Bente already emphasized, right? Openness is really key. And don't be afraid. If you have sensitive data, the data will always be protected. It will not be available, excuse me, please, not be available to everyone. It is only available to those organizations you want to share it with. But when the data can be openly shared, this is a great opportunity because that allows us to remove all the redundancies. If someone is responsible for a specific data set and you need this data set, why should you bother about having a copy of it that you need to maintain and update? Just always access the latest data that you need. And if you need some processing on the data, well, even ask the organization, can you please host the processing? Because then it is closer to the data. It's not necessary that you access all the data, download it, and then process it locally. You can provide your algorithm to the data, right, and deploy it there, execute it there, run it there. And then you can use it by just downloading the results that you need. The seventh aspect is stakeholder engagement and awareness, and that's why we are here today, right? This is a forum. It's called the Saudi Arabia OGC Forum because it is so important that we work together on this ecosystem, right? It is not that someone can build the ecosystem and then everyone is invited to participate. It doesn't work like that. We need to work together. The eighth aspect is continuous monitoring and evaluation. We cannot build the ecosystem overnight. That will not work. The ecosystem is a big challenge, and we can do important steps. We can have a very powerful first infrastructure within the next 3 years. But the ecosystem will evolve over the next 10 years, and it will continue to evolve. There is no real end to it. It is an ecosystem like our general understanding of ecosystems. These things evolve, and that means we need to constantly monitor it and evaluate it. It is not that we can build everything because we fully understand every detail of it, but we can build important foundation services. And then we need to do experiments. We need to invite lots of stakeholders to run experiments and evaluate them. And based on the results from these experiences, then we need to tweak our ecosystem, optimize certain settings, and then continue implementing it. And the last aspect here in this list is human capacities, and that's so important because the ecosystem lives with the humans running and using it. Yes, it is about machine-to-machine communication. In future, we will see certainly more artificial intelligence working on geospatial data, and we may not always understand the recommendations coming out of these AI tools. And that's why it is even more important to have humans in the game, right? And that's so important that we have people locally available that understand all the elements of data management, the processing, the presentations, and can help building it. So these are the 9 aspects that we would like to focus on. If we now talk about stakeholder engagement, and even if we have a rather, let's say, homogeneous environment like we see here, right? These lights look kind of similar, but yet they are all distinct. They are not the same. And this is the same situation in every geospatial infrastructure or geospatial environment, right? You always have specific needs, you always have specific requirements on the data, and we need to work with you on these very specific elements. And the more you let us know what your specific needs and requirements are, the better we can build the ecosystem towards these needs and requirements, because that is what the ecosystem needs to be built for. If we look at some elements that are very important here, it is that we do have very good understanding of some elements that are not shiny, right? These are not digital twins in 3D you can fly through, but the model for underground data definition and integration is a model that we have built in OGC, and we talked to a group of economists, and they calculate the value of this underground model. It's really down in the ground, all the cables and sewage systems and water systems and gas systems, they're underground. But the forecast is that for the UK alone, that will serve over the next 10 years, it will save £5 billion because it is so valuable. And it includes over 700 organizations that all buy into a single system. They all have their specific needs, and they sometimes need specific extensions, but they can all buy into this common set so that they can build something together which is of extreme high value. When we talk about this ecosystem, it is not that the ecosystem defines every corner of it. The ecosystem, you can imagine the first version of it more like these shelves here, right? You have this storage space, and you know how to get there, how to put something in, how to take something out. But the ecosystem is flexible enough to host anything you want to put in there or anything you want to get out of it. Right? This is important. We need the flexibility, and at the same time, we need precise information on how to build these elements so that the flexibility can be conserved. Why? We still have assurance that we always know what data we are talking about, what data we are dealing with, and what data we are working with. Products and services is extremely important. The spatial data infrastructures of the past have been built with one leading idea, and that was, let's share the data and everything will come by its own. And that never worked. And why? Why didn't it work? Well, because nobody really thought about what are the real products of these infrastructures. Who needs what I'm offering here? And is this what I'm offering here actually what my customers need? And this is so important, and that's why we need to run experiments as part of this ecosystem building process, right? Because we need to learn what are the products that are required, what are the services that are required, what is the processing functionality that is required, and then we can build these elements. It is so much about reusing data, but it is much more. It is reusing skills, it is reusing expertise, it is reusing knowledge. But we can only do this if we know exactly what's required. And that's why the learning part, right, and the stakeholder engagement is so important. The next aspect is about data. There is lots of data out there, and we still struggle finding the data that we need for specific purposes. But we now understand, in particular with the experiences made over the last 2 years, that's just the last 2 years, right? So this is brand new. We learned how to make data machine readable. This never happened before. We never had machine-readable data in the geospatial sector, right? And this is important that we now understand, okay, this comes out of the research community. This is cutting edge. What is already mature enough to be implemented as part of the ecosystem, and what needs maybe another 1, 2, 3 years, or what needs additional experimentation, and most likely experimentation in the country, that we can know, okay, that's what has been proven elsewhere, but does it work here? We need to test this. And then we have technology components, right? We do have lots of technology components out there. There's great software available, and we need to understand now which of these components can we use in the first step, bring them together, and make use of the geospatial data we have. I think many of you have attended the launch of the national portal a couple of months back. This is a very important step. So you may hear, oh my God, portals, isn't that 10 years ago? No, it is not. It is a very important instrument as a communication tool, right? You bring the community together with your portal. You can demonstrate what is actually available, and then you can build from there. A single portal is certainly not the final solution, but it is a very, very important step towards a powerful and fully functional ecosystem. So here's the path. Excuse me. Here's a path now that we laid out in this report, and the path is organized as follows. We have what we call 6 initiatives. These are, let's say, the framework pillars, the most important pillars that we need to do. And within these initiatives, we have what we call pathways. Call them projects within these pillars, elements that we need to achieve. And then out of the 30 pathways, we have even a bigger number of outputs. So you see, this is not simple, right? This is a challenge, but it's an exciting challenge because with every little step, with every output, we achieve an important element of the future ecosystem. With every step, we already win something, we already gain insight, and we already provide a service to the community, to all our departments working with data, and eventually to every one of us. So here are these 6 initiatives, right? It's about practices, ecosystem practices, the infrastructure, data management, data analytics, data automation, and the architecture. If we look at practices, this is all about stakeholders and outreach and training. We need to make sure that we do have all the legal policies in place. I think we have made a great start with version 1, which was published a couple of months back, I think in March, if I'm not mistaken. June it was, sorry. So we do have a great start. So let's build on this. And now we need to get engaged with more events like this, right? We need to bring the community together. We need your feedback. Where do we stand? What do we need to optimize? What do we need to enhance? The infrastructure, well, we do have all this knowledge about APIs, right? Distributed computing. How can 2 machines work with each other? What elements do we need with respect to infrastructure maintenance or high-performance computing? We talked about geospatial clouds, right? We know now how many of these things function, but we need to bring them in place. We need to have them operational, and we need to do this step by step so that we can grow our ecosystem from the inside out. Data management is very important. Bent already mentioned licensing, right? Without licensing, you can't use the data. Well, that's why we have addressed licensing as one of the first important elements that we have developed and published in our June report. Interoperability is extremely important, right? You need to make sure you can access data and use it within your own systems. Quality assurance. Without quality, well, what can you do with the data? Semantics and ontologies, well, that's the next level, right? The previous spatial infrastructures have been fully built on what we call syntactic interoperability, which means there was no meaning in the data. And now we understand, and this is part of making data machine readable, how to bring in semantics, not the semantic web as it was promised in 2005, right? And it was certainly, well, promising a little bit too much. We failed. We never delivered on it. But we know now what went wrong, and we know now how to correct it. And that's important aspects that we can bring in. Then we have data analytics. Tim already mentioned, right? Don't download all the data and then try to process it. Well, and with all this big data, there's no chance of exchanging all the data sets or complete data sets anymore. We need to have specific analytics offered as a service. And that means, again, we need to understand our customers. What do our customers need? Ask the customers, right? What, do you need all my data, or do you need just parts of it? Do you need a specific view on it or an analysis? I can provide this to you. And your customer will love you, because then they don't need to do these things themselves. There's lots of automation in future, right? There's machine-to-machine communication, there's cognitive automation. This is basically the combination of AI with existing process automation. It's an exciting field. I don't want to go into much detail here. Automation is certainly something that will accompany us for over the next 10 years, right? Because we are just at the beginning of making AI really usable in the geospatial sector. And then we have the architecture. And we have built a first architecture, and if you look at this first architecture that we have built, it doesn't look like a classical architecture, 6 components on a white piece of paper. And why is this the case? Well, because the ecosystem, excuse me, the ecosystem really evolves over time. So that's why the first version of the architecture identifies the most important steps, or the most important characteristics, aspects we need to have ensured on the so-called enterprise level, right? This is important. And if we achieve these aspects, then we can deal with new technology. We are currently using technology of the year 2023. In 5 years, we will use different technology. In 10 years, we will use different technologies. And the ecosystem needs to be able to adapt to it. And that's very important, and that's built in, and that's why our architecture at this stage looks slightly different. And for sure, you have all these other aspects, right? Security, threat detection, backups, you name them. So this is how it looks. We have initiatives, pathways, and I don't want to go through the outputs, right? The outputs are all documented in the report, and there are far too many. That would certainly be too much for today. So just a few more slides. One is, how do we develop this architecture now? This is what we call the reference model for open distributed processing. And you see 5 viewpoints. Enterprise viewpoint on top, and then the information viewpoint, computational, engineering, and the technology viewpoint. And the enterprise viewpoint, that's really the high level, right? That's the purpose, that's the scope of the system. What do you want to achieve? What do you want to build? And then you need to understand, and what information do you exchange, and what information you deal with. That's your information viewpoint. And then you understand, okay, if this is the information I deal with, how can I use it, right? How can I provide it from one component to another? This is the computational viewpoint. And this is the level that we barely touch right now, because now we need to understand, do we have a good and clear understanding of the enterprise viewpoint, and do we know what information we want to exchange? And then we can dive into the future lower level viewpoint that then bring in aspects like, well, all the support mechanisms to make it run and the actual technology. Because technology will change, the ecosystem will evolve. This could be a blueprint, right? And the fact that this is not our blueprint is very simple. We cannot build this as version 1. This is far too complex. We need to start with something that allows us to grow stepwise. We need to build something that helps us to build an ecosystem that is strong and sustainable. So we switched and we started with something that you can already see online. In the upper right corner, you see the National Geodata portal. And this portal in the upper right corner, you can access it, right? You all certainly have the URL available. You access it and you can see some data. Well, this is step 1, and it's an important first step. But what we will do is, stepwise, work with all the data custodians to make their data available at this blue blue element here called API, right? This is the interface into the system that is run by this data custodian. It doesn't touch the system. It only makes sure that the data that is required by other organizations is made available. And it's made available using these 15 foundation themes that we have developed over the last year, or years. These themes are now available, and we can use so-called ETL processes, extract, transform, load processes, which is nothing but there's an interface. The interface looks into the data custodian's data and provides you with data formatted according to the foundation themes. And the local system is not touched. It can be, but it is not touched right now. And this is version 1. And from here, we will develop this now stepwise into the future. And with these words, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ingo. Honestly, I had so many questions, but each of you answered the questions I had from another person, so we're good. We're set to go. And by that, I will end this session. I thank you again for participating and having all this thorough information for us today. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
I think Dr. Zafar has something to add.
Yeah, I'd just like to really congratulate GEOSA, the community, because what Dr. Ingo has said is about those requirements came from you the requirements. Sange, mashallah. The first, if you see the report, it's the first ecosystem approach, first baby step that the kingdom has adopted, and hopefully it benefits the community here in the region and in globally, inshallah. And I'd like to congratulate this for the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Zafar. Many congratulations. Of course, we had the announcement this morning of the portal that shares all the data of geospatial and information as well. So to here, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached our prayer break, and it is an opportunity also to mingle and communicate with one another. Perhaps if you have any questions for our guests, they can also answer that throughout the break. We will see you back here at 12:30 to continue our sessions and talk about the importance of technology and metaverse and all the topics our guests also touched on. Thank you, and we'll see you back here at 12:30. شكرا لانضمامكم معنا حضورنا الكريم. سنعود ونلقاكم في تمام الساعة 12:30 لنكمل جلساتنا الحوارية حول التكنولوجيا وأهميتها في المعلومات والبيانات الجيومكانية. كونوا على الموعد في تمام الساعة 12:30. حضورنا الكريم، نرجو منكم العودة إلى القاعة الرئيسية لاستكمال مجريات ملتقانا لهذا اليوم. حضورنا الكرام، نرحب التجديد بكم في ملتقانا لهذا اليوم، ونخوض الآن في ثاني جلساتنا والتي سنتحدث من خلالها عن البيانات والأثر الاقتصادي والاجتماعي للبيانات الجيومكانية، وسنتحدث كما وعدناكم عن أهمية أيضا الميتافيرس والدور الذي يلعبه. ولكن قبل ذلك لابد أن ننوه ونبارك اتفاقية وقعت بين وزارة الشؤون البلدية والقروية والإسكان والهيئة العامة للمساحة والمعلومات الجيومكانية، وهذه الاتفاقية بشأن انتقال الوزارة إلى المرجع المكاني الوطني وربطها بالبنية التحتية الجيوديسية الوطنية. ألف مبروك توقيع هذه الاتفاقية. وأيضا خلال الفاصل الذي أخذناه كان هناك توقيع مذكرة تعاون بين الهيئة العامة للمساحة والمعلومات الجيومكانية وبين جمعية الآثار. أيضا نتطلع إلى ثمار وجني ثمار هذه المذكرة التي وقعت بين الجانبين، مبروك لهما أيضا. إذن كما وعدناكم نخوض الآن في ثاني جلساتنا وندعو ضيوفنا لهذه الجلسة. رحبوا معي بضيوفي الكرام: السيد سانجي كومار. Mr. Sanjay Kumar, please join me on stage. المهندس علي العواجي and Mr. John Cater, please gentlemen join me on stage. Welcome, gentlemen, on stage, and we are really excited and looking forward to talking about everything we will be discussing today. Welcome, Engineer Ali, joining us. Mr. Sanjay, perhaps I'll start with you. Maybe you can start your presentation, and then we'll have our questions afterwards.
Very good afternoon. Can you hear me? That's great. If you cannot hear me, that's wonderful. You're not going to miss anything. Well, I'm Sanjay Kumar, and I represent Geospatial World, a company which has been evangelizing and advocating for geospatial knowledge and its role into the economy and society. Great to see wonderful presentations since morning, and the transformation which we are seeing around this region, as well as I would say globally, about the value of ecosystem, like ecosystem, which is a kind of community of communities. So what I'm going to discuss with you a little bit today, my own perspective about sustainability. We talked about sustainable development goals, and we talked about role and relevance of geospatial technology in that, open standards, open data, and things like that. So do I have a presentation? It's there. Okay, thanks. I can. So
Would you like to switch places?
I think so. Oh, I got it here.
There you go. All right.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. So I'm going to touch about global geospatial industry, market trends and directions. It will have embedded sustainability inside. So let's see what's happening with us today. We have seen a lot of things which are actually on the rise, be it population, temperature, or climate change, disasters, wasteland, inflation, and unemployment. And there's a lot of diminishing things as well, which is like water scarcity, depleting flora and fauna, and depleting wealth of the nations. I don't know how much of you actually thought of in last 3-4 years of COVID, the world has lost tremendous amount of wealth. Several developing countries, as per the estimates, have lost their wealth up to the tune of 50 to 70%. And developed economies have lost their wealth up to the tune of 20 to 30%. And all that factors are you seeing today in the form of inflation. And you're also seeing economic slowdown, or you are seeing less focus on global development agenda. I don't know, like if I go back to 2019 before, most of the big summits, be it G20 or G7 or World Economic Forum, would talk about global development agenda. We talk about SDGs today, but we do not talk about global development agenda. No nation is actually coming forward to make that statement or support. So the world is actually going through the transition. And when I say transition, it means that you are seeing alternative networks of supply chain. You are seeing a lot of new political alignments going on. And those are the realities. Those are the realities, and sustainability has to find its own way of realities. So how to deal with this transition is about resilience. And resilience is a word which is, again, probably very heavily used these days in almost every walk of our human behavior. But it's a fact that the world is actually very resilient. It's trying to adopt resilience, be it economic resilience or social resilience or environmental resilience or infrastructure resilience or cultural resilience or human, and it goes on. This resilience is like what you're seeing is the huge debate about various kinds of resilience. You talk of resilience safety, you talk of resilience security. And why should we not? We should be talking about this because we need to look at system approach today. And resiliency is not in isolation. And so as sustainability is not in isolation. So we need to look at system approach. It's a very interdependent system. You heard about geospatial ecosystem in a different ways by the previous speakers. But that geospatial ecosystem is just a part of another ecosystem, another ecosystem, another ecosystem. You can make those clouds in and out. Look at what we do as a profession and why the geospatial industry is also in transition. Geospatial information actually helps you measure. And what we say that if you cannot measure, you cannot manage. So geospatial information actually helps you measure. It helps you model. So you take measurement and you model that information, and then you monitor what's going on in terms of change around us. And only after monitoring you can think of managing that. So what you cannot measure, you cannot manage, and that's where the value of geospatial information is all about. So what it happens actually brings a productivity. Today, I do not believe in the fact that geospatial is just a decision-making tool. Geospatial information is a productivity tool. It helps you be more productive, and that's what you can look at. Just take an example of Uber or any other ride share or logistics or food delivery. If they use the power of maps to be more productive and be with you 5 minutes before, or be with you 10 minutes less in the normal time. Or imagine that you are traveling, you know the route, but still you go by maps because you want to see how is the traffic right now at the moment. And that is how you use the power of geospatial to actually be more productive, more efficient, and more transparency. So transparency is very important. And that's what geospatial technology does. Because it is map. It is putting that information on map. And when it puts that information on map, it's very transparent. You cannot hide from the space what you are actually seeing on the ground. And then fourth is compliance. And why I want to emphasize on transparency and compliance, because when you talk of sustainability, we all are very fancy about it, but sustainability is not just using information, but sustainability is also about actually being very compliant. For example, like if you have a big building and there is a road outside and people come and park on the road. Very often in the developing nations you see that. But that road is for driving, not for parking. Legally you are not parking, but people park, causing delays, causing traffic congestion, causing more environmental, I would say, carbons, and causing problems. But all that function, which is a cause of that parking, small example I'm giving you outside the buildings, is actually an issue of compliance that you are not complying with. You are not complying with the rules, and that is what actually creates different kind of problems for the cities to manage. And if you want to do that, geospatial technology is very much useful for that. And this is what I meant to say, sustainability of everything. It has to be seen in an ecosystem approach. It cannot be seen in an... And our role as a geospatial profession is to measure, model, monitor, and manage. All that data environment, open data, standards, everything is very important. But ultimately, broadly speaking, from the economist point of view, from a public policy point of view, these are the topics to be discussed. And these are the words to be used. We as an industry and the community and the professional have to actually look at those socio-economic words, have to align with ourselves with the political narratives, the economic narratives, environmental narratives. So, geospatial is a foundation pillar of the digital age. What it helps, as I said, measure, it helps you to describe the problem. COVID was a problem when it came, but we did not know. But after some times, we were able to describe that problem. Then you diagnose. It's just a medical terminology. You first understand what is the problem. What is the disease you have? Then you actually go for diagnostic. Then you go for predictive. And then you go to prescriptive. So it's a kind of, again, modeling that information which you have, describe that problem of sustainability or describe that problem of anything which you have around, and then actually go to the prescription, how you can solve that problem. So this is what is the geospatial actually about as a foundation pillar, because it gives you hindsight, insight, and foresight. That's the way we look at the geospatial technology. Well, it's really growing in relevance and value impact. It helps you understand the problem, estimate the resources available with you, connects different layers of information for actionable intelligence. Decision support system 20 years back. Today it is actionable intelligence. You can act on that intelligence and embed and spatial vision across all the workflows. I'll get some of these top headlines of the mainstream media, be it Guardian or Bloomberg or Forbes. This is a slide which I prepared in 2017. I can say that it was like 6 years before, but I'm just saying that if you look at today, this slide can be going into multiple slides. But that time also, this was actually recognized as a tool of economy. I want to just say that We are about 8 billion people and probably equal amount of number of digital devices in the world. Maybe more, I think. And then definitely in the next 3-4 years, will be about 15 billion digital devices. Do you know what is common in that digital device and what is connected with geospatial is the fact that we get all timing from global navigation satellite systems. GPS, Galileo, GLONASS, or others. And all of them are today very vulnerable. You need to have a resiliency of PNT system itself. You can be like, someone can jam, spoof, and take you to another direction. When you cannot do it, like almost each one of you use maps in some form or other every day. And what you consume in the form of electricity, telecom, gas, water, comes through the networks which are mapped. But just imagine if the GPS itself gets lost somewhere. What happens? Or Uncle Sam decides to close it. What happens? Or someone sitting somewhere decides to just jam it, especially for this building. It is possible. 100 meters, 200 meters, 400 meters, go on Amazon, buy that. We are actually coming up with a different kind of challenges. Many nations have actually made it an illegal act that if you are jamming GPS signals, it's illegal. You are fined, you can be jailed. But many nations are still into the privacy policy. I don't want to give my house location to somebody. I want to jam my house location. That's within my rights to not let somebody know about my coordinates. So this is the kind of challenge which we as a nation. So let's look at technology, market, business priorities, and enabling industry ecosystems. I myself cannot see these slides, but if you look at the red ones, they're all actually the technology initiatives. If you look at the brown ones, they are the initiatives or the factors which are actually influencing our industry. And if you look at the green ones, they are the workflows and integrations of various kinds of technologies. So what you look at top right is the more mature model. Deployment of AI MLDL is something which is very important, not only for mapping agencies, but actually for making use of the plethora of information which you have. You cannot do climate modeling by 1 year information. You probably have to go 10, 20 years behind as well to do the climate modeling. That is the kind of information which you will be using. And you need the power of automation. Human eyes cannot do that. So I said that there is a geospatial transition. It's no more just maps. I used to say that maps actually power apps, but I would today say that maps actually power economies. It is all where. And which means that geospatial transition, when I say that, it's not a map, it's a kind of capability in the form of real-time actionable intelligence provided by spatial dimension. And that's the kind of direction, or you see that what all you do is being used in multiple ways without you even understanding this. Like, for example, base maps. Base maps which you produce for years, no private company can claim that I have mapped the entire Saudi Arabia. I'm sorry to say that if somebody says that I have mapped entire Saudi Arabia on my own, I don't think so. There are a lot of geographies where it does not make any economic sense to go and map. And that's where the public sector comes up to do that mapping. They do that mapping, and then based on that map, you can actually use satellite images to update that and then make it more dynamic, real-time, interactive, and then it becomes a capability embedded inside the workflows. Global geospatial industry market size, this is the kind of market map which we created. We look at 6 different type of stakeholders of the ecosystem which you talk about: GIS and analytics, GPS and positioning technologies, Earth observation, which actually starts from the space to surface. It's all observation. You put that sensor on the satellite, you put that sensor on the aerial, you put that sensor on the drone, or you put that sensor on the car. It's actually an observation sensor. The Earth observation is from space to surface. That is the kind of integration of data we have to think about. I know about a company which was going to launch satellites, and they were getting caught into the policy delays. They just actually made an adjustment and put that sensor on a drone. And they started making money out of it. So that's the kind of innovation that you look at. So this is about 308 companies map. You can actually use it in a bigger screen, then you'll be able to see that. But if you want to understand who is your partner for what kind of capability, this gives you an idea about that. This also gives you an idea about how to use industry, how to work with industry. Almost $500 billion industry today, and 60% of that $500 billion is the location. GNSS, which we don't actually look at as part of our industry. But GNSS, which is consuming all the maps, so 60% of that is GNSS-based, positioning-based services. Because if you don't have ground control systems, you don't have positioning infrastructure, you don't have GNSS services, you cannot position anything anywhere. Just forget it. Then you go for analytics, then you go for Earth observation and scanning technologies. So it's already a $500 billion industry. It's not a small industry, just the way you want to look at. Do you consider the Salesforce map division as part of our, by the way, anybody knows about Salesforce as a map division? Anyone? So Salesforce has a map platform and map division. Just go and look at it. They bought tens of geospatial companies, including one of the largest data company known as A&D Mapping. All that data is being actually integrated into the Salesforce BI platform. So that's what is happening around the world. And why I'm looking at this transition, you can see from 25 onwards, there's a big transition happening. As a forecast for us, the reason is that geospatial industry is actually in transition. All the public policy debates which you are doing, the transformation which you are doing here in Saudi Arabia or in United, by the way, transformation is happening everywhere. It's just different levels of transformation. United States, UK, Australia, everyone is bringing new geospatial policy, digital twin policies, space policies, drone policies, AI policies, data protection policies. This is the kind of policy environment you want to look at. That is happening, and this will power actually unleashing the value of your work after 25, because policy mechanisms always takes a long time to implement. You cannot make a policy today and have an impact tomorrow. It will have a 5 to 10 year impact, and that's why you see in this industry, this map, the market size growing very fast after 25. So, post-COVID, I would say that there's increasing digitalization. We all know that. There's an enhanced workflow integration. And this happened because of the need of working digitally. We were almost forced to do it, and we are now actually benefiting from that force in terms of digital ecosystem. Sectoral markets, defense and infrastructure and location still are the biggest markets. No doubts about it. But what you see in this slide, if you go to the agriculture or forest, some of the topics which we have grown with, that this is geospatial industry, actually they are the slowest growing markets. They are the biggest markets are defense, location-based services, and infrastructure. But what are the fastest growing market you need to look at is insurance, banking, energy. These are the fastest growing markets. So you'll see how our market is driving, how we are consuming that information in the business of banking, insurance, business intelligence, logistics, supply chain, growing like anything. So geospatial industry is actually moving towards strategic consolidation for products and services. There's a lot of technology consolidation also going on. Several kind of technologies are actually integrating the capabilities and the software capabilities as well as content capabilities. The software companies are building into content inside, and the content companies are building into software inside, which does not mean that the software company is going to compete with content companies or content companies are going to compete with software companies, but actually they are creating an environment where a simple user can actually use content without buying a software. And a simple software user can use content without actually getting into the deep content. So there is an area where simplification is happening. So you can actually not need to have an enterprise GIS software for actually making some kind of app. That content comes in from, that kind of app environment can come in from, okay, I'll close it. So I will look at this, that there's a lot of mergers and acquisitions taking place, partnerships taking place, and role of geospatial and space startups is huge. Of course, driven by North America, which is in the blue. $203 billion have been invested in this industry in the last 3-4 years. That's the kind of investment which has taken place. And mainly into Earth observation and I would say GNSS services, again, location-based companies. This one slide, I'm almost about to finish. If you look at, people say, you know, we will be 1 trillion economy. What is economy? Economy is basically the market value of the geospatial companies. So there are geospatial companies which has 10 to 15 times of market cap. For example, like ESRI, their market cap would be of that nature. If you start looking at, mapping all the market cap of the publicly listed organizations like Hexagon Trimbles, you will actually see that we already have more than $1 trillion of market cap in this world. So this is the kind of industry which you are dealing with. Economic impact, it's always very high. $500 billion could actually lead to about $7 trillion of economic impact, and it's going to be almost everywhere tomorrow. Just you can imagine, nothing will work without the power of location and geospatial. And with this, I would like to actually come to the end of my slide, where you have to, this is the last slide. If you look at first generation was more about, we are producing maps, right? We are producing maps, we are creating maps. Second generation was more about, okay, let's build some kind of applications or some kind of workflows. Actually, third generation is going to be knowledge-based. So geospatial will actually transition from data to knowledge. This is where we are heading to. With this, thank you very much. You had last, last thing is this.
That's a great ending to your presentation, Mr.
Yeah,
Sanjay.
just 1 minute. Just look at how the private sector role is growing into the whole ecosystem. The government to private sector, which means that the government has to be more of enabler and the private sector has to be more of doer. Thank you very much.
And that's exactly what I wanted to ask you about, actually, Mr. Sanjay. You mentioned how maps empower economies. But now when we talk about governance, when we talk about trust, when we talk about resilience, now what if a sector said, well, you know what, I want to do it on my own. I don't want to have that mapping between me and other sectors. It's not possible, right? I mean, our speakers before mentioned it. You mentioned it now. No sector can grow on their own when it comes to geospatial, right?
Yep.
We need that mapping. We need that governance.
So the governance is very important. If you look at the last slide when I said, the role of the government is actually in governance. By definition, the role of the governance, and again, don't take me wrong, I'm a student of political science and administration. So role of the government is governance. And governance includes multiple facets. One is provide fundamental infrastructure. B, provide level playing field. C, do the monitoring of the governance, that whether whatever rules you have set up, whether that rule is actually being implemented or not. So if you have a governance mechanism of level playing field, are you making a regulatory mechanism to make sure that there is a level playing field, to make sure that the private sector is delivering data or services which are up to the standards, common minimum standards. Now, you go to buy a Colgate or any toothpaste, you have a brand which says that this is certified. When you're looking at data to be a commodity tomorrow that anybody can go and buy a data,
Right.
do you think a consumer will actually be able to judge whether it is authentic or not? The governments will have a role to actually certify. Government will have a role to actually certify and monitor this data product is good to use.
Lovely. And maybe when we have that kind of mapping between sectors as well, we can know the impact of geospatial on the economy, on our community as well. And perhaps, Engineer Ali, you can emphasize more about that.
Thank you, Fatima. Thank you, Sanjay. I think you made it very, very clear that government organizations and governments need to work together in a very productive environment and agree on geospatial governance, because without geospatial governance, it's really hard to achieve such economic impacts and goals. So allow me to just touch on many ideas or many aspects of geospatial governance. If we say integrated frameworks, as you mentioned before, and our colleagues, it's really important to have frameworks and documentation and principles to guide the use and the production of geospatial data around the sector in a country. But also it's important to take in consideration the foundation data that will be used or produced. Then any partnership or collaboration that will add value to the process of handling and management of geospatial data. Then also it's really important to consider the industry leadership that's part of taking the sector into a next level of representation. And also, second to last, the importance of applications, as mentioned by Dr. Engo earlier. We need platforms, we need applications to communicate those geospatial data and enable some analytics and modeling. And finally, it's important also to consider the digital infrastructures and how geospatial give a very important dimension into these aspects. And diving into one part of each of those elements, if we say integrated policy frameworks, let me bring into the context what the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia did as part of setting up the governance in the country. So, as a core geospatial policies, GEOSA, with help of the stakeholders, came out and approved the national policies, which mentioned by Engineer Asim earlier, which covered licensing, classification, pricing, and also dissemination, and lastly but not least, the protection of geospatial data. It's also important that these policies are enabled by aspects and principles which the governance framework that was mentioned also set up in a very important framework that stakeholders need to follow their rules and regulations. And also, when it comes to the geospatial mandates, it's really important to have a powerful tool or an enabling tool, which GEOSA has as a regulator of geospatial sector in the kingdom, as a leader also in the region. Finally, and it's really important also to consider the future trends and also to consider what is being adopted internationally. And starting from the UN IGIF, which draws the 9 strategic pathways that also identifies the importance of governance frameworks and governance principles. Moving towards the foundation data and foundation geospatial data, it's also important to mention that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has approved 15 foundational themes following best practices and also understanding the use and strategic users' need by enabling these 15 foundation themes. And as mentioned by my colleague Sanjay, it really has an impact on the economy when it comes to utilities and the fast growth of other foundational themes like transportation and utilities. And also, it's really important to consider how the GNSS location, the positional infrastructures play a very important role in enabling geospatial users to collect geospatial data in a very integrated manner. And as mentioned by this very important and very positive forum, it's really also important to talk about open geospatial data and how open geospatial data can help not only other information and other sectors, but also it can grow by itself. Moving from foundational data and talking about the major role that partnership and collaboration plays on. These important roles as international collaboration and partnership, if I take in consideration Saudi Arabia's role, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, represented by the General Authority for Survey and Geospatial Information, GEOSA, is leading the UNGGIM Arab State Regional Committees. And also it has a very important existence in working groups and committees like IGIF, and High Forum, and also when it comes to the ISPRS regional committees, and also the FIG, the Federation Information for Engineering Purposes. And when it comes also to the Saudi Arabian culture of adopting the FAIR principles, where you need to make sure that your information is findable, accessible, interoperable, and also reasonable. And also, it's really important also to move on from the international partnership into the identifying the importance of collaboration. When it comes to the collaboration, geospatial collaboration are very important. That's why GEOSA has led by its role of leading the United Nations Arab State committees by having a collaboration committee, a regional collaboration with the sister committees like the UN, GGIM, Asian Pacific, and also being part of OGC's planning committees and having an impact of their directions. And also this forum can also identify the importance of collaboration in geospatial information. About the leadership in the industry of geospatial information, Saudi Arabia has also recently conducted benchmark study coming around all the world, from best practices going to the US, UK, and also visiting Malaysia and South Korea and Australia. That study was focusing on how to develop the best practice criteria, and also we considered also the national context, where we have some very leading organizations like the King Saud University that produce a very important role in educational capabilities and capacities. We have different programs in King Saud University or King Abdulaziz University, or also Prince Noura University, that produce a very good and young engineers or GIS specialists or geomatics specialists. And that's really drawing up the innovation path in Saudi Arabia. We're enabling new ideas and new culture of everyone has the right also to conduct their part in the geospatial community. Finally, and last but not least, the industry networking. As what we're doing right now, we're bringing up different industries, from economics, from also hydrologists, from marine specialists, and also it's really important to consider decision makers are also being part of the industry network that Saudi Arabia is encouraging by being part of international institutions. Moving towards the application of enabling geospatial data interactions and geospatial data applications, it's really important also to adopt the technology adaptation in enabling geospatial platform, geospatial portals as our today's fourth industry revolution, moving on towards geospatial, towards data, and geospatial plays a very important role in enabling other related geospatial data. Finally, and last but not least, maybe I'll close up with this slide, the importance of geospatial dimension in digital infrastructure. As GEOSA is the regulator of geospatial information in the kingdom, GEOSA has enabled many infrastructures. One of them is the National Geospatial Center, being the organization that provides regulations, policies, and also standards. And also it provides the physical infrastructure of geospatial data, and also giving the location-based services infrastructure. So with that, I close up my presentation, and thank you for your time. Hopefully it was fast but clear. Thank you.
It indeed was, Engineer Asim, thank you. But I do have a question for you, if you don't mind. Now, you did mention at the beginning how it's important to communicate the geospatial data to the users, and having applications and a portal like the one we announced today is quite important. But how can applications perhaps serve individual users, perhaps, rather than entities?
Thank you, Fatima. I think you have a very good and spot-on question. If we identify the users as they draw their own expectation, if we understand their expectation, if they can come up to the right organization, explaining to the portal providers if they didn't meet up their expectation, because users usually have their own direction, but GEOSA, and I believe other organizations, will always adopt the national standards and national policies, which always direct them to having a one unified language and integrated understanding. So it's a matter of trying on and getting a feedback between the provider and also the user. So it's a one-to-one relationship.
Thank you, Ali. Thank you so much. Now moving on to Mr. John. Now I know you have a lot to tell us and we have a lot to learn from you. So please, if you would just dive into your presentation, and we'll have your questions afterwards as well.
Great, thank you very much. Is the presentation coming up? Yes. Here we go. Oh, there's mine. Okay, so we've heard a lot of very strategic talking here from Sanjay and from Ali. And it just struck me as I was listening to both of them, we are moving from a world of data and information to a world of knowledge, because it's knowledge that solves problems. Now, I won't call them a problem, they're a great achievement to win these. But actually, we have two exciting challenges facing us in the kingdom. Expo 2030 and World Cup 2034. And I've been asked to say a few words about those. Now, I would put these as a great opportunity for the geospatial sector, for our ecosystem, to really contribute something positive. And that's really where the focus is going to be. And my experience goes back, sadly, 10 or 11 years to the Olympic Games in the United Kingdom. So I'll be drawing on a little bit of those lessons, because we do have to also get the basics right. Now, this session is about the benefits of geospatial. I think everyone in this room comes from a sector that benefits from geospatial information. And not just geospatial information, but the technologies that Sanjay talked about. It's the industry, it's the technologies, it's the partnerships between government and industry, and between industries across sectors that are really driving innovation and driving these many benefits. And it supports the kingdom's priorities too. Doesn't matter what are the Vision 2030 priorities you take, many of them are supported by good geospatial information, good geospatial technologies, by creating the knowledge environment that enables the answers and the solutions to these particular priorities. And of course, this applies as a microcosm with a big global event, because a global event brings all of these different things together, except there's one difference. You can't slip the project. The project has a date, 2030, 2034. It is going to happen, unless COVID or something strikes again. And these forbid. Are the biggest, yeah, and these are the biggest global events, the Olympics, FIFA World Cup, by far the biggest. And if we just take the 2022 World Cup statistics, they're shown on the slide, the numbers of people that will come to Saudi Arabia the numbers of people that will watch Saudi Arabia and how it hosts these games, this World Cup, around the world. You are so much going to be in the public eye over the period of that World Cup. Your transport systems tested, your every part of the infrastructure tested. And Expo 2030, what a fantastic title. A different tomorrow, climate action, prosperity for all. We'll come back to that because, again, the geospatial ecosystem can add value to Expo 2030. So what are these events, really? Well, for the World Cup, it's obviously a sporting celebration. But actually, what they are is global exposure for the kingdom. They are national development opportunities, clearly for soccer, a massive one too. They are an economic boost. They are job creation. Vast numbers of jobs will be created for both of these. They are infrastructure development, stadiums, the expo site. They are a cultural exchange, cultures from different parts of the world coming together. And then there's the legacy. What happens after? How do we convert all of these things into the long term for the benefit, not just of the kingdom, but for the world? And geospatial knowledge, information and technology are an enabler for both of these events. And that's really where I'm going to take my message. But I want to touch on the where question too. Where are the World Cup and the Expo? Yes, they're obviously in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. They are across the world because of that exposure. They're across all the event venues. They're amongst the transport infrastructure. They're in the hotels, the malls, the restaurants. They're in the logistics chain. It's in construction, transport, hospitality. In other words, the World Cup and Expo touch just about every sector that is important to the kingdom. And they're a target for potential terrorists. They're a target for protest. And again, geospatial knowledge, information, technology enable us to deal with all of these. And it's a full cycle. Sanjay talked about measurement. I always think of the cycle of analyze, decide, plan, implement, operate, evaluate. And Sanjay mentioned some of those words there. But it is across those many different areas that I've touched on and are shown on this slide. It's not just the World Cup or the Expo itself. It's across sector. And I'm going to come back to some of these in a little bit more detail, just to give you a flavour for it. So, developing the infrastructure. This is based on my experience with the UK. But actually, enormous amounts of infrastructure development. Now, in Saudi, you have that already. But actually, we need to have the geodetic infrastructure strengthened to support that. We need the right geospatial data for all the development sites. We need rapid change, frequent updates. It's no longer okay to have data that's 3 years old when we're developing sites, we're developing infrastructure that quickly. And in UK, effectively, the data was updated every 3 months of 2012. And you need to maximize access to that information for the construction. And it's a two-way flow because information from the companies that are constructing the infrastructure, whatever infrastructure it is relevant to the geospatial custodians for the data. It's managing the event itself. And that can be, obviously, things like emergency services and policing. It can be the transport. Moving people around is a big job. Getting people to the right destinations on time to get into the football matches, for example. It's giving a good visitor experience because this is a great opportunity for the kingdom in the eyes of the world. And visitors will have a thirst for information. Now here it's paper, it could be on their smartphones, it could be immersive technologies, just getting lost in a 3D experience of the event. All of these different things actually require that basic geospatial information, basic geospatial technologies to support. Transport planning and operations. Yeah, there's the obvious things, the buses with the football teams, the supporters and so on. VIPs, how many presidents, prime ministers, kings, princes are going to come to the Expo and going to come to the World Cup? We have to think about how we manage VIPs. Because they will descend on the kingdom. And something that for both of these events that the kingdom will have to think about, that others in the past haven't, is autonomy. Autonomous vehicles, they're a big requirement. How are we going to ensure that they are connected, have the right data, have the right support to be safe, to operate through this, and a real chance to show the opportunity of how geospatial supports these future technologies. I've got some pictures here. So this is an EOD operator. I was a Royal Engineer in my past life in the British Army, and EOD, dealing with terrorist devices, was part of what we had to do. That needs data at a fidelity that you have never captured before. We hadn't captured before, nations haven't. We need to know every bit of street furniture, every bin, every cover in the street, every manhole cover, anything where a terrorist could plant a terrorist device has to be collected as geospatial data. We work in a 3D world. You'll have people watching out from building tops and so on, and we need a whole new level of detail, is the point I'm making here. We'll also have things like air defense. We don't tend to think of air defense, but point here is we need 3D data. So hosting the security of these big events, we need data in far greater fidelity and the ability to use it, and we need 3D data. Without doubt, both are needed for security. For event operations, coordination, control, that integration of different types of data. And I just want to talk on one particular challenge, and that is multiple agencies. Every agency comes thinking it knows best, thinking it's got the geospatial data, it's got the grid reference system, the arbitrary grid. In London, we had the police service, the ambulance service, and the fire service all created their own maps of the venues, and they all had different grid systems. So effectively, those key services couldn't talk to each other from a geospatial perspective. These things are easily solvable, but they have to be solved. And then during the event itself, crises will happen, problems will happen. How do we solve them? And geospatial technology is absolutely fundamental to helping to solve these problems. In this case, it was the London Olympics. There was a big fire burning. Was the smoke going to impact the finals of the sprint relay? That was the question being asked at high levels. And if the smoke had veered, then it would have done. So predicting what the smoke was doing, very simple bit of GIS analysis, was really important. I've talked about the data, really. What I would say is single version of the truth. If you're managing a big event, you don't want 3 different versions of the truth. And you need all the different products, data sets, all the services to be in step. So you don't look at one product or one service and look at different information to another. The standards are key to that, and licensing is key to that. I want to close on governance and stakeholder engagement. In fact, I want to close on innovation, but I'll just touch on this first. From even this early stage, we need to start having a relationship with the organising committees for these events. We need to start understanding what their challenges are going to be. We need to be thinking about the stakeholders, including for security. What can the geospatial ecosystem do to support these different organisations? We'll probably need, specific to each event, some form of coordination committee, looking within the geospatial community. We'll need to identify new types of data that needs to be collected, new services that might need to be provided. We'll need to maximise the use of what we do for the wider ecosystem, for all those industry players and innovators that can really add value. and international engagement, because these are international events. There are international athletes at the World Cup. Other parts of the world will try and protect their own athletes. So you may well have to talk with other nations' geospatial agencies in order to come to relationships that enable their athletes to be supported. The detail of the timeline is not important, but you need to think through the timelines in order to make sure we deliver. Those are fixed events. They will happen in 2030. They will happen in 2034. And we need to think about the things we need to do to support those different phases right the way through to the exercises that will happen just before the World Cup, which will test the systems, and we need to be part of it. Now, how do we score our goal, if you like? We plan early, we plan collaboratively, we coordinate. But I think it's the innovation opportunity both of these give. It's an opportunity for the geospatial ecosystem to innovate, for industry to come up with new ideas to support these big events, for government to work with industry, for new ways to be looked at to collect and maintain data. I talked about this need for it to be continuously updated as much as possible. We can experiment for these events, and I think it's a really good opportunity to take that experimentation. And the same applies for the Expo. We can look at a different tomorrow, how geospatial, machine-readable data and so on supports the AI world. We can look at climate action, helping predict impacts on people. We can look at prosperity for all, the SDG data hub that we talked about earlier, completing that and really demonstrating it brings geospatial into this. So that's everything I've got to say. Not quite as strategic as the last two speakers, but I hope it gives you some thought as to the opportunity you've now got with those two global events to really use geospatial, use the ecosystem, use technology and data to make a difference and to make your mark.
Thank you so much. And actually, I'm glad you brought up these two events, Expo 2030 and the World Cup as well, because I wanted to ask you about where geospatial can better contribute. Now, I know you mentioned sporting, celebration, economic boost, job creation, you mentioned defense and also air defense. However, if you wanted to prioritize geospatial data, where would we start in terms of those two events?
Yeah, I don't think it's for me to give an answer. I think the answer is we need to speak with the organizers and understand what it is they're trying to achieve. So for Expo, if they're really trying to show Saudi technology at its best, if they're really trying to demonstrate the use of AI, if that's a focus for the Expo, then that becomes, supporting that with our data becomes a real priority. But from my experience, I would say without doubt, security, securing these events. If anything goes wrong at one of these events, it is on the world news, it is everywhere. So dealing with security becomes really, really important. So that will always take priority. But I would say we've got to be thinking outside that and how we really use geospatial to support the objectives that the organisers are trying to achieve.
Lovely, and with that we conclude this part of our session. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us on stage. Thank you very much. And I would like to here call the remaining of my guests for the remainder of the session. As we promised, we will be talking about metaverse. I know a lot of you are excited about this part, as I am. So please join me in welcoming my guests for the metaverse part of this session, Dr. Kyung-Sok Kim, Mr. Sevant Fabrique, and Dr. Kumar Nuvolur. Please join me on stage. Welcome. I tried, yeah? All right, so I hope you know how much of our audience here today are excited about talking about metaverse. So let's dive right into it, and perhaps Dr. Kim, I'll start with you. How can geospatial contribute to metaverse and vice versa?
First of all, I'd like to thanks for GEOSA for giving me this kind of great opportunity. So today I would like to share about some of my point of view about the metaverse, that how can we contribute to help the geospatial data. Before that, I have some mission to promote of my organizations. So ICE in Japan is independent to the Administrator Institute under the Ministry of the Economic and Trade Industry. So the main mission is to how to bridge of the academic science and the industry innovations. So how can we deliver is small science to make the broad, the industry trend. And we have 7 research departments, including information technology and human factor. And we have more than 20,000 full researchers in 12 branches across Japan. And then is the department I belong to, the information technology, the human factor. And inside of our department also we have several research centers. And our mission is how can we make today is one of the topic is geospatial data and another is ecosystem. So it's how can we create cyber-physical ecosystems to solve the social issue and also build the new innovations. So that is one of the our big vision in our department. And then inside of our department is now is ARC, so Artificial Intelligence Research Center. So this research center is set up in 2015, and then it's the first research center in Japan to focus on the AI research. So, and it's located in Odaiba in Japan. So please, when you visit Japan in Tokyo, please let me know. And this is our big mission. So you can see how can the AI, now is a metaverse, but how can we, AI technologies embedded in the real world? And then how can we realize of the social centralized AI society? So for these missions, we set up different type of the research strategy, from infrastructure and the platform and the fundamental research, the technologies. And then finally, we try to find the different type of the application, including the super city, smart city, and mobile Mars, and also circular economy, disaster management. And then you can see inside of this application, we can support of this kind of application. We need geospatial information platforms because that is important part to support of those kind of information. But the traditional GIS system cannot support those kind of things. It's not enough functionalities. So why? Because very static, information already they consider, but the very static information is not really considered about the time. And how can we support those kind of new type of the application? For example, autonomous vehicle, the car, and then also personal, experimental augmentations, and disaster management, and also urban planning. So those kind of new applications comes up, and how can geospatial data is support of this kind of applications? So is this kind of application we need combinations of the geospatial data as well as AI and robotics, and some part is AI for include of the metaverse, and another one AI also is a combination of the digital twins. Many people, confused of what is a digital twin and what is a metaverse. But one of my definitions, I want to share about one of my, point of view. So it's one of the topic inside of these applications. Today, I would like to focus on the metaverse area. So, yeah, metaverse. What is a metaverse? I'm trying to look at some search, Googling of some literature, and then try to find how can the term comes up. And how can people think about what is the role of the metaverse? And most think about, important role is people think about, people said metaverse have to humans communications, and they reduce the gap of the communication, also physical interaction. Those kind of things they expected of the metaverse. And so then, what is a metaverse? It is. There are so many definitions. Actually, I tried to find what is the standard definitions, but I cannot find it. So I Googling and then try to figure out, picture some of a definition from I can, how to say, have the same point of view. So cyberspace and then virtual reality space and next to evaluation of social connections. There are several types of the, definition have. How about your definition about the metaverse? Can you define? Actually, I gave up because there's so many definitions, so many aspects. And then also OGC, this year, January, we set up the new working group we called Geo for Metaverse. So that means OGC also want to want to get some responsibility to support of the metaverse area. So in OGC, the definition of OGC, the internet are near times ready. So this is one of the definition of the metaverse in OGC. And so I told you, I gave up. Then I try what is a key element of the metaverse. So if we think about the metaverse, what is a key element? So first of all, without the 3D virtual environment world, I think we cannot say of the metaverse. And second one, immersive and persistent experience. So if there is no experience, I think that is not metaverse at all. And most important thing is, I think, communities. So inside of the community, social connection is very important part of the metaverse. And another one is creator. How can we, create a new asset of the digital, new asset, and then also new experience for people. And then finally, inside of the metaverse, we have a new type of the economy, the marketplace. So those kind of, key elements I try to extract to define of the metaverse. So, and this one is, I think, one of the key points of my presentation. So what is the difference of the digital twin? Or what is common between the digital twin and metaverse? And what is the same thing? So most similar one is virtual spaces. It's more closely mimicked of our physical life. So it's coupling of the real world space. That's why I think digital twin and metaverse, I think geospatial information is mandatory or fundamental data to support of the two technologies, I think. But I think there is different thing. So these are the tool of the digital twin, the main purpose of the simulation. But metaverse is communication. I think a different aspect. And then also why we want to create the digital twin, that means we want to solve the problem, traffic problem or population problem. But the metaverse is more focused on the experience augmentation. How can we people is more happy there? Or how can we more give them the more new experience? And then finally, the digital twin is to reduce, one of the goals is optimization of the resource. We want to reduce of the cost. But the metaverse, we want to create a new resource. So I think that's quite a different thing. And then we can, it's time? Sorry. So now it's this kind of thing. So geospatial data infrastructure is, I think, fundamental data infrastructure for support of not only the metaverse, but also digital twins. And okay, so what kind of technologies we need? And artificial intelligence is definitely one of the key technologies, and the extended reality and 3D model and reconstructions, also blockchains to support of the privacy and security, and also high-speed network because it's quite a high quality of the 3D contents. To deliver these contents, we need high-speed network, and Internet of Things and robotics. And also the cloud computing is special computing and edge computing. It's those kind of technologies we need to realize the metaverse, I think. And then I'm trying to, I want to create how can we make the ecosystem the metaverse, but I cannot make by myself. So I've tried to search of some literature and then find some article, and it represented of the metaverse ecosystem like that. But when I look at this ecosystem, still very low, and I think it's not enough, right? And then here's also we cannot find the geospatial stuff. So I think we can need a new, we can create a new type of the ecosystem in the center of the geospatial data. But anyway, so I think its ecosystem is one of the key elements to support new economic or industry. So maybe I think we can try to design how can we new type of the ecosystem to support metaverse. So I wanna just keep this he show about the more big vision or opportunity in metaverse area, but you can see still the metaverse is very early steps. So it's just a start. Everybody mentioned about the metaverse, but just a word, not really concrete, the technology or not concrete applications. So I think that's why we maybe it's big, big chance to to make the new business, I think. And now it's just 1 minute. I want to shortly introduce what our institute working on this area. First of all, is monitoring the human activities. I already mentioned about the important element is human. So in metaverse, that means even though the virtual world and humans' activities seamlessly reflected of the digital world from physical spaces. So that's why we try to understand how can people move, naturally move, and then how the people interacted of our environment. So those kind of sensing and technologies we're gonna develop. And the next one is user agency for the virtual spaces. So how can we support humans' communications into the connected physical world and the cyber world? And this system is trying to make the virtual environment for the restaurant. And then we wanna, the training of the new step, but it's not real world, it's virtual world. They are trying to training on using this kind of virtual spaces. And then after this training, and they go to the real field, real spaces to work. So those kind of systems we gonna develop. And then finally, I mentioned about the OGC definition. It's a real time, 3D. So how can we interrupt of the real physical world and the digital space? So that is one of the important things we have to focus on in the future. So in our institute center, we are trying to make the combination of the virtual reality and then digital twin and robot in some kind of mock-up environment using the convenience store and manufacturing area. So we're trying to combine those technologies to support more real-time intervention capabilities in the digital twin environment through the virtual reality and augmented reality to provide information feed to people. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Now, I have one question, but real quick to give our dear guests their fair time as well. Now, can metaverse actually, or metaverse technology specifically, accelerate the human-machine interaction that we were talking about earlier?
Yes. Right. It's one of, I think, the metaverse important thing is this 3D part, but also human-machine interaction. But currently, I think the way is vision and the visual impression is most common way to interact between the human and machine. But I think the robot people is more developed, more embodied information using the smell and then also body languages, something different type of the sensing technology. If we have the new type of the sensing technology, maybe we have a new type of the human-machine interaction way.
Lovely, thank you so much. Now, Mr. Frederic, would you like to add anything about metaverse? I'm sure you have a lot to add as well.
I will. So if I just continue like that, okay. So first of all, thank you very much for inviting me here. So I'm going to share a bit about our experience about metaverse. And I'm going to try to convince you that, in fact, it's not really a revolution, but an evolution, and that we can already do many things. We cannot start from scratch, and I think it would be foolish to try to do metaverse first. And I think this morning we've been discussing about the importance of having the right data strategy to be able to build that. But there are already very useful usages that you will discover today. So first of all, when I was asked to do this presentation, I used to work on a project in 2009 that was using virtual reality for cognitive rehabilitation. I was working with therapists, and they developed a little digital twin of a small city in France to help patients to recover. The interest of that is that you create a small virtual environment that is completely under your control. And when you have a stroke, unfortunately, you may lose the ability to orientate yourself or to do very basic interaction with clerks. And the fact that we had this control environment allowed to create a safe space for patients to try to work on those skills and try to rehabilitate them. And so that's really where I discovered that, in fact, the virtual environment can have a very positive impact for the brain. So I have to tell you a little bit about Dassault Systèmes. We are a very R&D company. Our story goes back to the computer-aided design, so aircraft design and manufacturing. And we are specialized in digital twins. So we do that, of course, for manufactured products, but more and more we are moving to cities which are combination of digital twins, we would say, but also to digital twin of organs, not yet humans, to try to create new drugs. So the quest for having a representation of cities is not that recent. In fact, even in the 16th century, you already had some maps. And as cities are really the convergence of human intelligence, we are spending a lot of energy to manage them, but so far, the techniques that we are using to design aircraft or mobile phone were not really working for objects of that scale. But that had changed. And I would like to note to an industry that has been disregarded a lot by engineers like me. It's the gaming industry. Because they started with very simple things, but when you look at the evolution of the graphics, in fact, this industry has been driven tremendous innovation. And today we have graphic cards that can process an amount of information that is just insane. And they develop those very innovative devices like the virtual reality helmet. So the other ingredients, because we need those technologies, are also the cloud technology, cloud processing, and artificial intelligence. As one of the speakers said earlier, we have data now, today. The problem is that we have so much data that what do we do to create knowledge based on this data? And without artificial intelligence or processing, it would be impossible. So here, you can see a first example is the city of Sydney. So the model has been recreated entirely based on satellite imagery. So you have the entire city that has been recreated. And based on this model, we are now able to do simulations like for pollution. So if you want to know what's going to be the impact of a traffic jam on the entire city, taking care of the weather condition, you can do that. This was not possible some years ago. But thanks to all the data that we have, AI and cloud processing, we are now able to do things like that. And that's where you can start to talk about metaverse. Because the intention for us professionals is not really to create another type of distraction. I mean, we have video games, they have their own metaverse, but here we are talking about the professional use of metaverse. And so what we want is not to replace our real world with the metaverse, but what we want is to be able to better analyze the real world, understand it, and better plan for evolution. That's where we are going to go. So the main thing is, yes, collaboration. It's not just about 3D. And here the example that you see is a collaboration between Deltares and our company to help a city to try to do to plan their resiliency plan, for flooding. So in case of flooding, they may have a lot of buildings that are going to be impacted. And the thing is that this platform allows collaboration. So all the stakeholders will have access to this platform, and they will see the impact of the simulation directly into the digital twin. And that's where we have this collaboration aspect that kicks in. And that's today available. Another example that I like, I spent some years in Singapore. Here you have, Singapore has built an entire digital twin for the entire city. So it's 190,000 buildings, 200,000 lampposts, 500,000 trees. And here they wanted to remodel completely the park to study, in fact, the impact of vegetation on the temperature. So they were trying to pick which type of model would be the best. And the way they wanted to do that was by flying drones and try to capture with LiDAR all the and photogrammetry all the information. And so all the agencies working for Singapore will have access to this platform, and they will contribute to say, okay, this is where we have to be a bit more focused. This is where we should maybe avoid because there is an endangered species that we don't want to disturb. And slowly trying to combine what would be the ideal flight path for a drone. And that's where the difference between just a movie and also a digital twin is going to be important. Because here, when you are going to simulate the flight drone, it's not just a movie where you have a succession of images. Here you are really into a 3D environment and you are simulating what you want to do. So it goes back to what you were saying just before. And so once you are doing the simulation, you can also stop if you want and try to also integrate other type of information. So here I clicked on a tree and I'm going to get information from Wikipedia. So this is not a closed environment. So what's also important is that with the cloud and with web technology, we can not only, we should not duplicate everything, as that was said earlier today by Ingo. We have to connect through APIs and make sure that we are building on top of each other. And after that, of course, we can share the result of this work. So governments are very at the forefront of the usage, in fact, of those type of tools. Businesses are more following. They are doing things related to real estate essentially, but also for large infrastructure projects, you can use platforms like that to be able to aggregate all the constraints that are related to the landscape and the environment. And so you will have a better collaboration between, of course, your engineers who have to submit a proposal But then later on, you will be able to discuss with the local authorities to make sure that they understand the impact and that the citizens are also part of the decision process. The last part will be, of course, academics. If you ask a researcher today, the main problem that he faces is that it's difficult to get good data so he can work on and do high-level studies. I mean, it's not just if you have to restart from scratch every time, do data acquisition, you waste a lot of time. And so for researchers, it's really important to have access to those type of environment. And also for students, because you will give them the ability to work on real projects in a safe space, because doing it on a virtual world is, of course, less costly than doing it in a real world. And that's going to bridge with the conclusion, which is that I think on the technology, what we have seen today and the methodology, I could say that with the OGC, you're really in good hands and you're doing it in the right way. So the technology is there. The best practice are there too. You have the good consultant. Where it's going to be a bit more challenging, it's going to be on the workforce. Because today, I can see that those new tools are still difficult to use. They need skilled workforce, and that's why it's important to try to get students to use them as early as possible. And to do that, we also have to define clear purposes. And from what John has shown right before, you have clear purposes with the Expo in 2030 and mega projects like NEOM and Alula, which are really amazing. I would like to thank you, I think, for your attention. I will close here.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah. All right, Dr. Kumar, perhaps as our dear speaker mentioned, metaverse is being used in many sectors, such as gaming, for example. But when we speak about geospatial, we still have, as our previous speakers mentioned, we're still short on technology, perhaps. Machines are not being used, as Mr. Tim, I think, who said that sentence, he said that ecosystem is not machine ready yet. So now we're speaking about metaverse, not even, just regular technology or internet. So why is it so important? Perhaps you could explain to us throughout your presentation to speak and talk about metaverse today, even though ecosystem of geospatial is not machine ready.
Yes, I think as the previous speaker spoke about, the metaverse is about the human experience in a virtual world. So it's not only about machine to machine, it's about humans living an alternate life, if you may. And the first industry, is the presentation coming on, or I can actually talk? All right, so one of the things I want to talk about here is the first industry that has actually accepted metaverse is the Hollywood filming industry. I can go back 30 years, the first movie, Jumanji, I'm sure some of you have seen Jumanji, Matrix, Ready Player Go. Hollywood has already started thinking about how do you simulate somebody going from this physical universe to an alternate universe.
Perhaps, Doctor, if you would allow me, maybe that would be a good definition for metaverse, Jumanji and Matrix, yeah? We can use that to define it.
Yeah, actually, my favorite movie is actually called Ender's Game. This is where our Earth is, actually, we have, as humans, went into the outer space and are being attacked by the extraterrestrials. So they actually bring in kids who are good at modeling and simulation, and we create this scenario where we defeat our enemy. So I would say Hollywood has been obviously dreaming about the metaverse. And now when you talk about other technology companies, a lot of you probably know this, Google, Microsoft, NVIDIA, and the company now called Meta, which used to be Facebook, have invested $30 to $100 billion in metaverse development. And Meta actually has clawed back some of their investment because it did not go as planned. So the one I would like to talk about is Matthew Ball is actually a good author who wrote a book called Metaverse. And he actually explained why Metaverse will take time. And some of the aspects I think the previous two speakers talked about is persistence. So in a gaming world, Today, I'm sure a lot of you have young kids who play video games, Fortnite. Fortnite is actually a metaverse where multiple gamers are playing, and each of them are aware of where the other guys are. So now we are talking about a metaverse that is made of Earth observation data, where you want maybe not all the 8 billion people, but hundreds of millions of players are in an alternate universe using the real world data. And the key things here are persistence is very difficult. The games like Fortnite, you download the data onto an Xbox, and you're playing the game with maybe 10, 20, 100 people. In the gaming industry, there's something called massive multiplayer online platforms. They have solved some of the things which geospatial has not solved, which is 3D rendering of massive data. So for me, it's a very fascinating technology. It's not there yet, but it will be there. One of my favorite things when TVs came along, they were initially called the idiot boxes because they thought we'll all be glued to the TVs. Now, if you look at the kids, they're all stuck to the electronics, right? Metaverse, they will be living in an alternate world even though they're physically here. There is a danger to that, but in general, I think there are a lot of things that need to be thought about, from all the way from security. We already talked about financials, right? We have Bitcoin, which is in this world. Now think about doing electronic transactions in a gaming environment. How do they persist? So it's a very fascinating thing. I would agree that it's at infancy right now, but at least from a Hollywood perspective, you have glimpses of what this could be. The area where I already start seeing this is modeling and simulation. When we talk about climate, when we talk about land use, land cover, I think now you have a tool where you can start doing modeling and simulation. Believe it or not, military is already using it. If you're familiar with Microsoft VR goggles, it has been delayed, but they were all meant to simulate what is happening beyond your line of sight, into the battlefield, looking at the enemies. So military has been, I would say, ahead of in those kinds of things. And I mentioned one thing that I didn't hear today is a lot of the discussions about physical geography, things that are static. We also use the term called human geography. How do people move around? Because in the virtual world, that also becomes very relevant. As we start taking those examples of the virtual world, we actually can simulate what would happen if there is a 3 degrees centigrade rise in the temperature. What is the impact on the land, and what will that do to the humans, whether it is migration, and also you can bring in fauna and other things as well. So for me, I think metaverse holds a very interesting aspects of modeling and simulation, which you already talked about. And going back to John's comment about the games that are happening. What are the scenarios? What happens if there is a fire? What if, I believe actually during the London Olympics, there was a potential for the volcanic eruption. They were also watching that and saying, what happens if that, something like that happens? So for me, metaverse, while it's evolving, there are enough examples right now to start thinking about how does we make it into a persistent one. We already talked about VR, AR. The one which is actually happening today is mixed reality. We have doctors halfway across the globe operating on patients that are far away. Mixed reality, I think, would be one of the things that's going to happen much faster. And in terms of the virtual reality itself, virtual tourism, there were examples of 3-4 videos in Africa. I felt I was there. They were actually getting their first water well in a village, and they did a 3D simulation of that, and you could put on your VR glasses and experience what those actually villages were going through, the first water into a village, right, if you're familiar with that. So there are a lot of interesting examples in terms of using virtual reality, and for me, I think the one that stands out is the mixed reality. And then AI/ML has already been talked about. Where I want to actually focus is, today, we want to actually create, we talked about data, information, knowledge. We're still struggling to go from data to information. And then you want to go into knowledge. So here you can have, one of the things AI needs is a lot of training data sets. I think Metaverse provides you a way to actually create a lot of these training data sets and simulate various scenarios, whether it is cloudy, whether it is hazy. I think you have a very good opportunity for that. And same thing with performance of the models. AI/ML right now, depending on the data you give them, can be 50%, 60% efficient. The more data you give them, it's called reinforcement learning, you can get to 80, 90%. I think metaverse will give you that kind of opportunity. And the last thing I want to talk about is human cognition is superior. There are times I can show you a picture and you can infer what you want much faster than anything the machines can do. Where we want to go is we want to go beyond the speed of human cognition. There are things machines can do much faster than humans. By the way, today aircraft maintenance is being done by AI/ML analytics, and humans cannot even match those speeds. So we need to think about, let's first match human speed of human cognition, and eventually we'll bypass, when you talk about machine-to-machine interface, we want those things communicating, but they have to mimic. I think somebody said, how do you make those machines think like humans? That is the first aspect, and the next thing is, how can we achieve speeds that are much beyond the speed of human cognition? So I think the Earth observation data we have, there are multiple data sets, whether it is drone, aerial. By the way, don't forget the oceans, air. And I have been also focusing on space. What happens between satellites, there's a lot of debris. We have really a lot of data. I think metaverse technologies, some of them are already here, but as we think forward 5 years from now, 10 years from now, it's the persistence, people coming together and living in a virtual world that's coming. Is it 10 years? I don't know, but it is around the corner.
And we're certainly looking forward to seeing it and seeing it contribute to geospatial as well. I mean, you mentioned space, and that's what geospatial is all about, land, sea, and space, right? Yes. Thank you so much, my dear speakers. Go ahead.
I would just extend it to Mars is not that far away. It doesn't need to be Earth. We're talking moon. I mean, I was in conversations where we're talking about cloud computing close to the cislunar is the closest to the moon, so that the data doesn't need to come to the Earth. You need to think about not just Earth, we're thinking moons, you're thinking Mars, and the future planetary explorations as well.
Absolutely, the sky's the limit. Thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you so much, my dear speakers, for joining us today, and this concludes our session. وصلنا إلى ختام ملتقانا لهذا اليوم. للأسف حضورنا الكريم، لأن يعني الحديث لا يمل مع ضيوفنا ومتحدثينا اليوم. تحدثنا وتطرقنا لعدة محاور أساسية فيما يخص المعلومات والبيانات الجيومكانية وأهميتها وآثارها على الاقتصاد وعلى المجتمع كذلك. إلى هنا نشكر حضوركم ومشاركتكم وبقائكم معنا اليوم، ويسعدنا أن نرحب بكم لوجبة الغداء كذلك، فانضموا لنا يسعدنا ذلك. شكرا جزيلا لكم. حضورنا الكريم، يسعدني أن أدعو فريق الاتصال المؤسسي مع سعادة رئيس هيئة المساحة والمعلومات الجيومكانية على المسرح لالتقاط صورة تذكارية ترسخ أهمية هذا الملتقى اليوم وما تم نقاشه، فليتفضلوا مشكورين. فريق الاتصال المؤسسي وسعادة رئيس الهيئة، تفضلوا. our dear speakers. Please, would you honor our stage again for a picture, for a group picture? Please join us. بالإضافة إلى المركز الجيومكاني الوطني أيضاً انضموا لنا على المسرح لالتقاط صورة كرماً. Thank you for joining us. We will be out for lunch shortly, but we just want to record this beautiful day and the beautiful sessions we had with a memorable picture as well. Thank you. Thank you again, ladies and gentlemen. Please go ahead and enjoy your lunch for this evening, and we look forward to seeing you here again.